Can you move to the first 2 rows for me? Thank you so much. That's not the second row, that's the 4th row. That's not the 2nd row, that's the 8th row. That's not the 3rd row, that is the 10th row.
All right, I'm going to be brave. I come in the first row.
I love it. Never call upon you first. Make sure you have the right answer. All right? All right, everyone, can you move forward for me, please? All right, I'm going to turn Uno into the first row by moving those front chair. So I'm not going to end up in the front anyway.
And we really wanted to appear very, very good on our cameras. We're not telling no lie because the whole on there is for us. And also, it is extremely great energy for our presenters. Yes. Our presenters do not wish to be speaking to empty chairs. So I'm going to come to your row and I'm right there with you.
Bunch of. Yeah?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for moving forward for me. I thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please move to the front. I appreciate you so much. And if you are a presenter, just sit closer to where
It's nice to see you.
access the stage.
I know. What show did we do together?
All right, everyone. So welcome. All right. Can everyone see? Can you see at the end there? Can you see very well? All right. And you're all okay over there? It's our first event, so we really want to take good care of you. And we want to ensure that you have a very good experience. All right, so thank you again for being here, everyone. Okay, before I invited you to have coffee, my name is Tomlin. I'm your host for today's event. We have a timed event. So we're going to work with our readers and our presenters and our panelists as quickly as possible. We do invite your cooperation and we do invite your participation. This is a wonderful artistic event that definitely shows off the Jamaican talent, intellect, and the creativity that we have spawned over the years, the many years of our independence, because we really turned big independent people in 1962. So it is fantastic that we have this opportunity to share with you products of Jamaica. That's not only coffee, that's not only reggae, that's not only dance hall, but definitely we are in the literary business. So please give us a big round of applause for pulling this off. Without any further ado, I must invite the Consul General to just come say hello. Me know you don't want to do no long talking, Mr. Oliver, sir, but I'm going to invite my namesake, or Consul General of Jamaica for this Florida area. Please put your hands together and welcome Consul General Oliver Mayer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How many persons excited to be here this morning? Make some noise. You're part of a historic moment. This will become the biggest festival in the United States. You agree? So today is a dress rehearsal, not the dress rehearsal, the first performance, and next year we deliberately started small, but we're going to go big next year. I must tell you, I must give credit to the Calabash. Has been an inspiration over the years. We attended from the second staging and literally went every year. And I felt that during my tenure here as Consul General, I would ensure that with the team here that we would have not a version of Calabash, but our own festival to celebrate our great Jamaican writers, our short filmmakers, and my favorite drink in the world, coffee. We want to celebrate our coffee farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a confession to you very early. Many mornings I'll wake up, I'm leaving my house, I forget to kiss my lovely wife, Tanya, I confess. I'll even forget to kiss my lovely daughter in the morning, Serena, and I confess. But there's never a morning. Never, 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 never that I forget to drink my coffee in the morning, right? So I want to big up our coffee farmers and coffee producers watching live from Jamaica. Let's big them up. From very early, I want to, it's one thing to have an idea, it's another thing to have it executed. I want to recognize all the members of the consulate, but in particular, I want to very early salute Mr. Dale Mafood, who has done a fantastic job. And Miss Cheryl Winter, right beside Dale, right? But this is a free event, but no event is free. No event is free. You agree, right? Good. I want to thank all our writers for giving up their time, resources, our short filmmakers, all members of the committee. But we do have our sponsor in the house, Jamaica Brew, our investment arm. And he came to me and said, "Sir, where can I put my banner?" I said, "Anywhere you want to put it, boss." Right? I'm going to invite him to say 2 words. I know he's not on this. We're going to give him a little bit more prime time. So Shane, our Vice President for Exports, I'm going to bring you up in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us at the start, just in Christmas, we had a special event where we celebrated, we call Love at Christmas, where we were doing a fundraiser for children back home with track shoes. And many of the members of the community came together to give up their talents free of cost. One of them, legendary Pluto, passed away just yesterday. And I would like us to observe a moment of silence for Pluto, without question one of the biggest performers ever to come out of Jamaica, and somebody who made Jamaica proud. So I'm going to ask us to observe a minute of silence for Pluto. May his soul rest in peace.
And then you're going to sing Ram Goat Liver, right?
They say I must sing Ram Goat Liver. I'm going to save it for later in the evening, right? I'm going to bust the place with that, right? So, without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Shane Angus to come forward and just say a few quick words from Jumper. Let's big him up. Our main sponsor. Let me just dust off the thing for you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here, part of this historic event. I think there are other making of this event, and there's also another part of history that is being made, especially as it relates to this industry. At the end of this month, I'm pleased to announce that we'll be launching for the very first time as well the Jamaica Film Fund that is aimed specifically of developing this industry. And a lot of persons can apply to be a member of it. So it will be aired live the 31st of this month. The information will go through the CG and he will blast it to the community. And I'd ask all of you who are interested in producing just to apply and be part of it. It's a $1 billion Jamaican dollar fund, very first of its kind, and I'm sure all of you can benefit from it. I'm happy to be here, hope to be more part of it as we continue. At CG, this is the first, so I guess so we'll have many more to come, and we want Jumper to be part of it. So happy to be here, happy to sponsor it. Again, outside of this industry, there's other opportunities in Jamaica that I would want you all to look at. And I'm here to talk to you about anything you might think of. Agriculture is also on the rise, mining is on the rise, other sectors are also on the rise. So if you're looking to do business with Jamaica, I'm here. I'll be here for the entire day. I'd love to have that discussion with you. And I'm again pleased to be here. Thank you.
And please ensure that you go and speak with Shane. I want him to report back to headquarters that it was excellent value for money for his investment here, because I want to sign him up right away for next year. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I'm going to invite, we have invited only the very best here. So, Mistress of Ceremony, you know, her name was, she was named after me. Totlin Oliver, one of the biggest names to come out of Jamaica. So we brought in the very best to lead us through, and I brought up my very Bashman shirt just for the day, right? I've introduced my own line, the Oliver line. So if you want to know where to get this shirt, yeah, next year I'll have my own line, right? But at this time I'm going to invite Totlin to come back and take us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Oliver Mayer, CG of Jamaica. Now, in the event you want to follow the schedule of events, you're welcome to log into JamaicaBrewFestival.com. You will be able to see the listing of our proceedings for today. So, we're going to jump right in with our first presentation. It's entitled Take the Stage, Poetry Session Number 1. And our presenters at this time are Dr. Natalie Courtesy and Canute Lawrence. Now, let me see. I have to tell you a little bit of something about Canute Lawrence. I'm already folded to that page. If you're just coming in, please run and fill up the seats to the front. Dr. Natalie Courtesy is a Jamaican poet and the 2020 winner of the Caribbean Writers Marvin E. Williams Literary Prize for a new or emerging writer for the Helper Experiment, published in the Caribbean Writer, Volume 34, under the theme Dignity, Power, and Place in the Caribbean Space. Her short story, Paradise Plum, I love that. Who here love Paradise Plum? Paradise Plum made the 2023 long list of the Brooklyn Caribbean Literary Festival Award for Writers in the Caribbean. And you can learn more about Dr. Natalie before the day wraps up. Our second presenter, Canute Lawrence, is a language and literature teacher for more than 30 years, and he has taught in Jamaica, USA, and now Canada. He's also a thespian. He's a fellow thespian and has appeared in several productions in Kingston, New York City, Miami, London, Montreal, and Toronto. So please put your hands together and welcome our first presenters for today, Dr. Natalie Courtesy and Canute Lawrence.
Well, go on. We reach. No mic? All right. I think everybody can hear me, right? Yes. All right, good. Thank you for sharing the stage with me.
Same here. I'm humbled.
All right. So today, I'm going to read from 3 books. Fried Green Plantains, White Rum and Coconut Water, Sky Juice. All right. And I hear that certain people are going to run me if I'm over my time, so I'm going to try to give you a good delivery in good time. Me bonononos one son. Yes, well, the day start out right. For the blood of Jesus Christ wash over me and give me the strength to lay 2 good lick under that butterfoot girl. It come in like say, Master God give me 1 heavy grip of crosses to carry me whole life. And so me fling out the cremogene, the red eye, and the liar them out of the grave. Whoops! This one good girl want come in and me own I have to corrupt me bonononos one son. Trouble set like rain when she crossed the gate that Sunday. And Miss Punty Maga mongrel dog jumped through Macabush for bite her. Me barely get a chance to turn off the fire under me brush and rice and peas. And the girl want to know if she can taste me hand. Then before you could have said, Miss Herney's pudding Clyde, she and me bonononos one son that? Well, even if me dead and go hell crossways, me give thanks for every one of the Manuel Road Rockstone me fling after that the kaba gal. Not even Miss Puncy Maga mongrel dog could have catch her fractail out the gate. Barrel baby. Everybody in the yard knows that my baby father take up residence in our bus shed. In pitch living room on the sidewalk with rockstone divan and build up newspaper mattress with cardboard bed head. Him closer to Jesus now with the churchyard behind the wall. Babylon don't see him at the sermon with Judas billboard over him head. 100 great reasons, 100 sweet experiences, as if him life worth nothing at all. You know, say things now run right. Auntie Dimple send the barrel from foreign, and all me get is cornflakes, detergent, 1 bag of second-hand clothes, and a white dolly that can't share without a fight. Walk to the school shoes them, and the Fuchi bag for go a dance. How she expect me to get a new baby father if me look broke and me raga picnic them and advertise my economic circumstance? It's not me want poor if poor people can't eat. Big house uptown with grill up and bad dog. Don't mean say gunman asleep. We can't depend on barrel to keep poor people off the street. Yardies. Kingston City's intersections are littered with angry boys, faces crushed like old newspaper, too torn to read, crumpled dreams written in their expressions with bold print. You can't just show up and start begging. Windscreen wiping is a career for professional idlers and yardies in training, not laggards. Credentials are no joke. Don't know your father? Boom! Mother beat you with electric cord? Brap! Held a gun before you were 10? Boy! Belly full of rage, yet you're hungry. Blood oil! Steal or take a wiper and a rag. Fill a used plastic bottle with soap. Find the Don. Who controls the corner? Respect is payable in advance. A little herb might improve your chance. Shoeless feet blistering on smoldering concrete, zigzagging through traffic jam roads. Rapping on frozen glass for change is a man-making vocation. You have to want to kill your father to save your mother, and leave your mother to save yourself. Throw your pride down on the yellow brick curb, upturned fingers huddled in supplication. God's providence is a cracked window Babylon can slip coins through without touching. Solid hands that have forgotten unblemished memories of milk-filled breasts and cradling arms. The odor of spirits wilting in the sun, waiting to be seen, conjures up a vision of speckled ripe bananas, ignored for too long. Blacktocracy. 2017, and it still matters that I'm not black. Slightly brown, very uptown Jamaica queen with a heavy rhythm. Somewhere in between plantocracy and Garvey's vision of black aristocracy. shackles unseen, but still enslaved by hair weaves and tubs of bleaching cream. How do I tell my Bakra royal child that his mother and his grandmother and her mother before her were black? No need to bother. Simple. I'm not really black. From educated black parents with status, I married well, traveled the world and came back an anointed member of blacktocracy. By the way, my husband is foreign. From a mulatto mother and a white father, he's not really black, he's red. Never mind the tower of dreadlocks crowning his head. It matters because black is not a dress code. So I invented the word blacktocracy to explain the fallacy stored in my skin and ample backside. I am well-to-do and who is who. Not landed gentry, but society page 2. Black is an attitude or jargon of hate. Blacktocracy is freedom and clarity of fate. Sky juice. Be gentle with me. The bougainvillea blushing red stains across your celestial blue. Softly, softly, blooms dance in your wake where thorns chose not to grow. In between the spaces, your lit silences break my resolve to saunter placidly into the night. Feelings unknown are buried like seeds sown under simmering sheets of moonlight. There is no magic from above or below. Spellbound, afraid, but letting go. All I want is you. The Helper Experiment. Mrs. Kingston 8. My ideal helper should be between 40 and 45 years old. I prefer a country woman accustomed to the simplicity of rural Jamaican life. Not from Portland. They are innately superstitious. Not from St. Mary. They're notoriously lazy. And not from St. Thomas. They're just plain dunce. Helper number 1. My name is Pam. I am from Watchwell, St. Elizabeth. I am 36 years old and I have 5 children, aged 20, 16, 14, and the twins just turned 2. I want a living job in Kingston. I will go home every other weekend. I can clean, wash clothes. I love to cook. I do not pick up dog shit. I do not clean people's shoes. And I do not wash female underwear. Mrs. Kingston 7. Most helpers have many children. If their children are young, they're more likely to steal. If she herself is too young, she's likely to steal your husband. Most have been abused by young girls by men they know, so multiple baby fathers is common. As a rule, the baby father is gone. Helper number 17. My name is Beverly. I am from Moorspence, St. Catherine. I have 40 years old. I have no children. I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. I love to dust and sweep. I do not work on Sabbath days. I do not wear pants. And I do not eat pork. Mrs. Kingston 6. Remove the prices from the groceries so they don't know what you spend. They will eat anything from a tin: mackerel, sardines, condensed milk, and ground provisions. But you have to ration it, or they will eat you out of house and land. Label their plastic cup and plate and assign them utensils. Uniforms are essential. It is a reminder they are at work and your house is not their home. Helper number 33. My name is Kenisha, but everybody calls me Pinky. I'm from Vere, Clarendon. I'm 28 years old. I have 4 children who are in England with my mother. I live with my boyfriend. I do not eat white people food, curry, or anything with vinegar. I do not clean windows. I do not wash clothes by hands, and I do not do yard work. Mrs. Kingston 8. An admission of romantic involvement is a warning of imminent pregnancy. If she expresses aversions to specific foods, it is likely she believes in duppies. Wearing a tie head with leaves or a ribbon, bottles with oil, bush collecting or candle burning is incontestable proof of obia. Mrs. Kingston 7. To assuage the hardship of separation from loved ones, give her a television in her room and weekly mobile phone credit. Never invite her to eat at the dining table with the family. It confuses her about her proper place. The last helper. My name is Millicent. I am from Hearties, Manchester. I am 42 years old. I have 2 children. My son is 23 and my daughter is 19. I can read and write. I have always been a helper. I put my children through school on my helper's salary. My son graduated university. I need a job to make up the school fee for my daughter. I love to cook brown stew chicken, rice and peas with coconut milk, and fried ripe plantains. Miss, I can do everything. Mrs. Kingston 6. If she's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. Give her a weekly schedule, empty her bag on payday, and install security cameras. Lock away your jewelry and anything you buy in bulk. If your children do not like her, she's conniving. Mrs. Kingston 8. When resentment sets in, she will complain to labor authorities that you have underpaid her and make fraudulent allegations to the police to blackmail you. All helpers have an expiry date. Fire her before she spits in the food.
Oh my goodness.
Dance hall ID. One good thing about the dance, when the music turn up and the weight burn up, so the girl them bubble and the airy vibes double. Music is the only king of the dance hall. Sound man bust up the place with the beanie man dub plate. Schoolboy buy a spliff from the weed man in the mesh marina. Granny get vexed and tell the policeman. Babylon no say, a Dan man church this. So him tell her, Christian, loud the Rasta man and turn on your yard. Selector pull up shabba for the dancehall queen in the pony printer. Clash broke out when the baby mother in the battery rider tried take for her video light. Baby mother skin out from Buju upon the renter dread and the crowd blaze up with more fire. Renter dread grab her weave. 2-2's cane man draw machete. So that's all queen. Jump on that man, bite back and gone. All kind of people go a dance. When the music turn up and the weed burn up, so the girl them double and the airy vibes bubble.
Wow, fabulous, 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 fabulous. Wow. Since I'm tall, I'm going to sit. Yeah? All righty. So I'm going to read 4 of my poems from my book, Pathology of a Pandemic, and it's really great to have you all here and to perform for you. Let's move this way. Okay, so the first poem is Another Day. Another day is born, and a new baby cries, while creeping clouds drift like snails slowly side by side. Morning glories bursting in blooms from dawn till dusk. A hungry face begs for alms as he fails to busk. Another day for some is simply a gentle stream, while for others, another day is only a dream. And glows. Another day brings a blazing sunrise behind the crest and glows like an ember on liquid glass across the west. Traffic talks and stops and laughs and gasps in each lane. Then bang, bumpers meet and bodies wince in pain. Another day, another dollar, another debt. Another night, another dream, another death. We tell ourselves we chart our lives by what we say. So we talk and forgive and hope and pray for another day. The second one is titled, "I want to go back to my yard." This was in the midst of the COVID, right? When we were all locked in, you can identify with that. Jano, I want to go back to my yard to see my family them, because me really and truly don't know, I have no clue when this pandemic will go really end. I saw so hot a clap see in America, COVID cases up like top 10, and this orange man did really mean when him say, "Make America great again." Many Trumpers having COVID parties in the midst of the corona plight. Them said to wear a mask and social distance is a breach of them constitutional rights. August morning holiday coming up, and me need to go up on a plane, cause if me stay here one more week like this, me bound to go insane. In all of this excitement, after living 20 plus years abroad, I remember the words of the song that say, "No one no better than yard." Can you Imogene, Mass Bertie? Uncle Sam no good again. Just remember, send me evening flight will land at 10:15. At last, me land at Jamaica, East Indian mango, rakan come in. But nobody never tell me, say, for 2 weeks, me have to go self-quarantine. I'm in love with my hair. You see, all of this right here, so I never had it before, you know. I never had it before. I used to dye it. And then when COVID and thing, I had to go to work, I just let it grow out and, you know, love my hair. I'm in love with my hair. After months of solitary confinement, staring at myself and who I've become, my hair declares its roots run deep and strong. I've denied it, fried it, and even maligned it. But my hair, like an ever-faithful friend, calmly reminds me that we are one, that we belong together forever. Despite your disapproval and celebration of Beather, my hair is Kilimanjaro. Why do you stare? I'm in love with my hair. You bar me from school, you deny me the job, you say my hair is unbecoming. But the real reason is, my hair is a muse for creativity and uplifting. Its curls are tight like inseparable lovers. Its texture thick like fine wool. I don't need your replacements promising me some other tricks, for my hair is my strength, my crown jewel. I love everything. I love my afro, my braids, my Nubian knots. I love everything my hair dares to express because my eyes are wide open to who I really am. I'm in love, so in love with my hair. And this one is for all the ladies, women, my sisters, because, you know, I've always felt that women who have done so much, have, you know, put out so much, made so much sacrifice, so many sacrifices for their families, yeah? And many women have still not been given the acknowledgement and the recognition that they deserve. So if no one says it, this poem says it, I have said it. How are you, my sisters? How are you, my sisters? How are you feeling right now? I stopped to check upon you. I feel the need to, somehow. You're the backbone of society. You're the ones who pay the price. Through tearful toil and thankless times, you've made such a sacrifice. I feel your pain, my sisters. I see it in your smile. Through thick and thin, in sickness and health, you've been here all this while. Your life is no fairy tale with a tiara on your head, navigating those whose tongues drip lust to lure you to their bed. I judge you not, my sisters, for stumbling along the way. You brought forth light in your tender years. It has strengthened you today. Some of you gave up college so others in your place could go. You escaped to the land of honey to ensure that others would grow. Sisters, 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 don't ever dim your light. You suffered much, you earned your stripe. Sisters, everything's gonna be all right. Thank you.
Wow. Absolutely wow. And we've just started. We have only just begun. Oh, wow. I just made sure to move my microphone so I could get back in front of the banners. Before you two leave, I want to ask of the audience, because we have a little time, is there any questions that you have? I will only allow one question each for each writer. Only one question each. Going once, this is your opportunity. Going twice. Yes.
How can we purchase your books or your phone or keep in contact with you?
Right back there.
All the books are on sale. Great question. Great question. Yes, we. Yes.
Every website, every platform.
Yes,
Barnes and
indeed.
Noble, yeah.
Second question, yes. And that's my second and last question. You're going to give somebody else? Okay, I will allow you, CG, since you're the host, and then I'll take one more. There's one lady in the back in the striped. Yes.
What is your one, what is your one takeaway that you would want the audience to leave from your work?
What is the one takeaway that you'd like the audience to take away from your work?
You want to go first? No?
Take it away, Doctor.
Yes.
The one thing I would want persons to take away after they've read my work is that it's not just okay to be yourself. It's important to be authentic to yourself. And in my work, my commitment is always to tell my own authentic Jamaican stories.
And the one of many takeaways I would like you all to have with you is we're enough. Inspiration, to be inspired, especially for our little boys and black girls and boys who don't feel as if they are enough, and people going on social media and creating all of this fakeness, that we are enough.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so very much, Dr. Natalie Cortesy. I hope I pronounced the last name correctly. Awesome. Thank you. And thank you so much, soon to be Dr. Canute Lawrence. Oh, one more question. I am so sorry. Yes, let me acknowledge your question.
What a wonderful presentation this morning. Fantastic. Both of you were phenomenal. I would love to hear from both of you what your inspiration is for your writing.
All right. Okay. So my inspiration
30 seconds each.
Yes, my inspiration was the pandemic, of course. Pathology of the pandemic. And when we all were holed up in our little homes or apartment, I reached out to a lot of persons because, I felt lonely. And then to find out that everyone else felt the same way. And so I reached out to hundreds of people, heard their voices, heard their emotions, and I channeled all of those emotions into my poems.
Thank you.
Just, yeah.
Thank you so much.
So I'm very inspired to in two ways, I would say. Firstly, as a form of self-expression, but also, as I said before, my passion in storytelling. Some people take photographs. I like to write the photographs.
Yes.
And so I see images of persons just in a snapshot. I'm like, oh my God, that's a poem. I have to write that. How would I say it? And so I'm very inspired by traveling just in my own environment around Jamaica, traveling overseas and seeing Jamaicans overseas. Like the plane ride here was real. And that's my next poem. I don't know how it's going to come out yet,
But we
but
watch
I
for
am
that.
absolutely motivated by wanting to tell Jamaican stories.
I love it. I love it. Give them a big round of applause again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember, the books are available here today. We have stalls set up around the back. And one of the things that I'm so impressed by, and I absolutely love about being here today, is one, it demonstrates that we're all bilinguals in here. We understand the Queen's English, American English. We understand Canadian English, Brazilian English, and we understand Jamaican English and Jamaican dialect. That means we understand 5 different languages, people. We are brilliant. We are brilliant people. Where is the lie? Additionally, if you want to hear more stories about authors and what inspires them, do tune in to my Why I Write program. It's online at Facebook, and later on we upload to YouTube. This past week, we have the celebrated author Marlon James on our platform, but that's 2 hours long, so section out 2 hours. We also have Knute Lawrence's story on Why I Write. It's on Facebook as well. Put in Knute Lawrence, Why I Write, Totlin, and you will pull up his story. They will soon all hit YouTube. In fact, we have 4 other authors in today's presentation who have told their stories on Why I Write. So there you will hear how they were inspired and how they put out their work. They also inspire me, so I have books here too. You can check that out later. No, I'm not reading. We're gonna move straight into our next panel discussion. Again, because Jamaica is such a multifaceted, many-splendored island, we are an idea still becoming. Because the Jamaica of today is not the Jamaica of 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, 100 years ago. And I dare say that in the next 20 years, next 5 years, next 2 years, Jamaica will not be the type of Jamaica it is today. It is the Jamaica, however, whatever times we find ourselves in, is that it inspires our creators to create, whether it be reggae music, dancehall, writings, whether it is a way to come up with a way to do our financial business. Our next presenters will be reading from one of the Sons of Jamaica. We will be taking a deep dive into the mind and the soul of our late Prime Minister, the Honorable Edward Seaga. And with us today are his heirs, his son and his daughter. And this proves to me why it is our writers write. It is important to tell our own stories in our own words. If we do not, history will make it up for us, and we probably would not like it. So I'm going to ask you to put your hands together as we welcome to our stage at this time, under the title, Preserving Jamaica's Cultural Treasures, the Life and Works of Edward Seaga. Please welcome Annabelle Seaga-Mayan and Andrew Seaga. As they take the stage, to let you know, the readings will also be presented alongside some images that will allow you, Oh, you didn't do the images, but do ascend the stage where you have your steps here. Oh, you're gonna use the podium. All right. Please give them a big round of applause for us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Adrisiaga. This is my sister Annabella. A lot of people know about our dad's involvement in politics, but not many know about his contributions to preserving and showcasing Jamaican culture. This is what we want to highlight today. We'll be reading excerpts from his book, My Life and Leadership, Volume 1. And what's really unique about this book is that it's a first-hand account of the making of modern Jamaica through his eyes. As Jamaica worked towards becoming independent, there was a newfound celebration of Jamaican culture, as you'll hear today. We'll start our readings with him graduating from Harvard and coming back to Jamaica to study early childhood development at the UWI, University of the West Indies. He also had a grant to study Jamaican spirit cults and went to live for a year in a small village in St. Catherine called Buxton Town, where he would research both topics, followed by a period of him living in West Kingston studying revival cults.
Acceptance of my presence as a welcomed resident took a month. My racial background, although mixed, was categorized as white in Jamaican circumstances. My father had decided to put at my disposal a small black Vauxhall car, which I parked at my cottage. Good though the intention was, it became a serious embarrassment. First, I noticed children backing away from me or dodging as I approached. At the root of as I approached. They say you must be a black hat man. Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. They say you must be a black hat man. What is a black hat man? I asked in all innocence, revealing at the same time the core of the problem of different cultures that would lie at the root of the study on which I had embarked. A black hat man is one who drives a little black car and goes around handing out sweets to little children so he can catch them and cut out their hats to make medicine. I realized that I was only one step away from the possibility of some child with a fertile imagination living out the fantasy by accusing me of attempted abduction. The situation called for caution and a new strategy. I immersed myself more fully in the life of the community, visited and worked alongside farmers in the fields, washed and dressed the sore feet of children. I used my car to take a teacher and 4 children to a school outing and to convey a boy who had fallen from a coconut tree to the hospital. These acts of friendship were well appreciated. On the basis of my belief that if you treat people nicely, they will treat you nicely too, everything soon settled down. The end of my stay in Buxton Town marked the beginning of the next phase, which focused on the indigenous spiritual religions. The best known and most widely encountered spiritual groups are the revival churches, or bands. Revival is a current form of the original Mayal, the spiritual rite of slaves who fused their traditional African rituals into a general common practice. To this were eventually added infusions of Christian religious practices. Pocomania also became associated in the public mind with obeah, witchcraft, and dealings with spirits of the dead. Added to this was the stigma attached to West Kingston, where most Pocomania bands were located. West Kingston was where some of the most traditional forms of Jamaican folklife had survived and were practiced. Mystery surrounded the religious practices, creating a gap of understanding with many Jamaicans. The revival ceremony was all that I expected. Participants in robes with heads wrapped, uncontrollable spirit possession, calling on the spirits to stimulate dancing and wheeling to rhythms induced by heavy inhalation and exhalation, special foods and drinks, feasting on sacrificed goats, sipping of the blood by some, and many other features including Bible readings and Sankey hymns, but also special revival choruses and improvised melodies sung in unknown tongues. To me, this was truly exciting. To others, fearsome. I recorded many revival and Kumina rituals involving dancing, drumming, spirit possession, and singing, both in the Kumina tongue, or country, as the Kumina people called it, and in the Jamaican language, or Bailo. I later had the Kumina dialect identified by the Institute of African and Oriental Studies in London as Angolan, and still later by a language professor from the University of Wisconsin as medieval Angolan. To me, this is one of the most fascinating parts of his book, to know that Jamaicans still speak in medieval Angolan. This is just incredible. I was becoming so immersed in the deepest areas of Jamaican society that I found my views changing rapidly, alienating me from the background from which I came. I had found a new and different world, culturally richer and intellectually more stimulating. The preferences of this stratum of society were closer to my own. I could identify more readily. In 1959, I had taken the defining step to sever the other external link I was sharing. I was an American citizen by natural birth, a Jamaican citizen by my father's birth. I relinquished my American citizenship in 1959 to serve one flag only. It was not an agonizing step. I was a stranger to America, and it was a stranger to me culturally. In 1959, Sir Alexander Bustamante appointed Dad as senator for the Jamaica Labour Party, much to his surprise. He later became MP for West Kingston and Minister of Development and Welfare, as well as Culture and Information, during the period leading up to independence.
I was a member of the committee established by the House of Representatives for the design of the Jamaican flag and the national anthem. The proposals submitted for the flag, in my view, were uninspiring. I objected to any design using red, white, and blue. All ex-colonies of Britain had avoided flags which were similar to the Union Jack. I felt that the committee should move in a new direction. Eventually, a design was submitted with gold, green, and black horizontal stripes. Black in the middle, gold on either side, and green bands at the edge. It became noticeable that there were notable similarities between the flags of Jamaica and recently independent Tanganyika, which could cause confusion. This led to a change in design, but not of colors. The horizontal gold bar would become diagonals, forming an X, and the 4 triangles created would be colored, 2 in green, 2 in black. The national anthem was to be selected by a committee of Parliament. The debate on the report of the committee took place on the 21st of June 1962, leaving only 6 weeks for the final selection to be promoted, so that it could be sung by Jamaicans at the national events programmed for the celebration of independence. It was a daunting task, made even more challenging by the unexpected developments which gave rise to 2 versions of the origin of the national anthem. Popular lore ascribed the composition of the anthem to the work of Robert Lightburn, who, it is said, composed the melody, the lyrics being by Reverend Hugh Sherlock, a Methodist minister. Confusion dogged the debate in Parliament. In my contribution to the debate, I bemoaned the rearrangement of the Lightburn composition, which I had heard him play on the piano at his home several times. If this is our last chance, then I'm prepared to accept what we have heard here tonight as our national anthem, because when August 6 comes, I do not intend to stand for any other anthem of this country, and I do not intend to stand up for anything called a national song. If people are dissatisfied with this anthem, then in the future it can be changed, but do not call it a national song and ask people to stand up. The words for the anthem were submitted by Hugh Sherlock. They were a prayerful petition in keeping with the deeply religious nature of the country. Eternal Father, bless our land. Great effort had to be put into teaching an entire nation the new anthem in 2 weeks. That was my responsibility as part of my portfolio of culture and information. The Jamaican anthem was fully accepted by Jamaicans. It is considered to be one of the most distinctively melodious of all anthems. Not a rousing national tribute, but a prayerful appeal. The excitement was high as the crowd began to fill the National Stadium on the evening of the 5th of August. At 11:58 p.m., the Guards of Honor saluted the Union Jack, played the first verse of the British national anthem while it was being lowered. Then, at 11:59 p.m., the Guards of Honor saluted the Jamaican flag as it was being raised. With uncontrollable emotions, 30,000 spectators and a combined choir were singing the national anthem. The cheering was thunderous as the first Governor General and the first Prime Minister designate of Jamaica resumed their places. Then the finale. The Jamaican national flag was displayed by a pyrotechnic magic of fireworks, a fitting climax to the spectacle which lit up the skies for miles and lifted hearts in unison and joy as one people, Jamaica land we love. For those of us who believed in an independent Jamaica, this was our crowning moment. For others, the moment would override all misgivings. For me, the raising of the Jamaican flag in slow tempo to the resounding crescendo of the Jamaican anthem was the emotional highlight of my life. I was close to tears. To the extent that I helped to realize this national dream for many, this was one of the achievements of my life of which I am unreservedly proud.
There is no aspect of life in normal times that pulls people together more than popular culture. Creating new areas of cultural expression would then be the focus. Material was not lacking. There was much to work with. Indigenous cultural forms and expressions of traditional Jamaican culture abounded. I had also become involved in the emergence of Jamaican popular music. In 1959, as a manufacturer of records at that time and a promoter of Jamaican music, I produced on vinyl the popular hit Manio. Bet you didn't know that. In 1963, the stage was set for a new direction towards a deeper Jamaican cultural identity, an Afrocentric identity that would parallel the political identity which had been achieved by nationhood. To take this step, I pulled together a new team, a new theme, and a new momentum. It was from this new beginning that the Jamaica Festival was established. The Jamaica Festival became so expansive that it provided something of interest for everyone. Thousands participated through schools and clubs and many more as spectators. The establishment of the Jamaica Festival on a completely non-political basis was the key to its overwhelming national acceptance and success. As such, the festival movement became a most important element in the building of social stability in the country. This made the Jamaica Festival both a social and cultural centerpiece in nation building. By 1964, the stars were beginning to shine. The first to reach the top was a hit song, not a Jamaican composition, a cover of the original Barbie Gay Rhythm and Blues #1 hit, My Boy Lollipop, sung by baby voice Jamaican songstress Millie Small. It moved in 3 weeks to #2 on the charts in the UK and USA. After the magnificent success of Lollipop, I arranged a triumphant appearance for Millie Small at the National Stadium, where she lifted national pride to a new height with an overflowing crowd. Jamaican music lovers went wild with excitement, but not all Jamaicans. The journey to popularity for ska was from downtown Kingston to London to uptown Kingston, an unnecessary social rerouting of 6,000 miles. It pleased me to see the culture of folk society now becoming the dominant cultural force, redefining national identity and lifting national pride to new heights of emotional appeal. Independence was becoming culturally defined. What was most appealing was how independence had released so much Jamaican energy from Jamaican sources. This one?
Yep.
In Dad's opinion, at that time, Marcus Garvey was the greatest Jamaican to have ever lived. In an age when there was no social media, Marcus Garvey was an influencer, with millions of followers all over the world.
Yeah, so much so that I was actually named Andrew Marcus after Marcus Garvey. True story. Sir Alexander wanted to see Garvey's body return to Jamaica. He got no response from a government official to whom he spoke. He then approached me, and to put it mildly, I snapped up the idea. The country was no longer one in which he could be rejected by the powerful elites, as at the time of his departure into exile. We wanted him to come home. When the body was interred, 30,000 people thronged the park to witness the enshrinement of Jamaica's first national hero, the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey. Every tree in the vicinity was covered with humans hanging onto the branches to get a view of the ceremony. And to understand the impact of Garvey and his message in reshaping Jamaica and the identity of its people, it's necessary to recognize the power of his mission in Jamaica. The New World had been built on a belief in the second-class character of the people of Africa, that they were a cheaper model made by God, a second-rate product devised from inferior materials, and therefore not expected to give first-class performance. A less carefully designed instrument created specifically for menial work requiring little thought or skills. Marcus Garvey saw clearly that if 95% of the people of Jamaica felt themselves to be inferior, then the country was doomed. In other places where people of African descent were in the minority, his message had equal force and validity. Marcus Garvey's message sought to liberate minds from mental slavery. It began to be felt that human beauty could be manifested in a variety of forms, colors, and features, and was not confined to what was once assumed to be preferred European standards. Color and racial biases, which had been deliberately implanted and cultivated in the artificially created colonial society of Jamaica in order to legitimize and bolster the system of African slavery, were being rooted out. Garvey shattered the mental prison that developed in this part of the world over some 400 years to let in the fresh winds of liberty and equality which we now breathe today. For this, we made him the first national hero of Jamaica. Go quick. Oh, yeah, so we're going to try and move a little quicker here. Devon House had always been a passion project for our father. I remember our mother experimenting with various tropical flavors of ice cream for the ice cream shop, like Devon Stout and Guava. These are all flavors being developed in our house, and we were the lucky taste testers. As newlyweds, they sampled and helped to name the famous Devon Duppy and White Witch drinks in the grog shop. But what he wanted most of all for Devon House was to be a place where Jamaicans from all walks of life could feel free to relax and spend time with their families, and where Jamaican crafts could be showcased.
In 1963, I established Things Jamaican, a company owned by the government. The name revealed the intent to produce things that were uniquely Jamaican, in this case, craft work. To lift this project well out of the limitations of inadequate project expenditure and quality expertise, I approached the United Nations Development Program to provide high-level expertise. The UNDP provided 3 specialists: design, marketing, and alternative crafts. This gave the project an enormous lift. Soon enough, the results could be seen in quality and design, which received a positive response from both the resort end of the market and Jamaicans. Goods included items of straw, wooden carvings, stuffed toys and dolls, hand embroidery, leather accessories, ceramics, pewter tableware, and handloom accessories. Things Jamaican also, with UNDP assistance, developed courses to grade existing craft workers operating all over Jamaica. In addition, training programs were initiated to upgrade craft workers in quality and new designs. In 1967, I had a remarkable piece of good fortune when I learned that a magnificent braid house, Devon House, the only one remaining in Kingston, which occupied 7 acres of prime land strategically located in the city, was about to be sold. The purchasers intended to demolish it in order to build a multi-story condo complex. I moved immediately to stop this proposed desecration by placing a preservation order on the site under the National Heritage Act. The commercial purchasers abandoned their project. As the site was so unique and valuable, it was purchased to be used for heritage purposes. Devon House was built in 1881 by George Stabell, a Jamaican of mixed racial background who made his fortune in gold mining in Colombia. Both to establish a point of pride in this achievement and in defiance of the social norms expected of people of colored ancestry in the white-dominated social order of the time, he built a magnificent mansion. Devon House eventually became unsuited for ordinary living, but it was perfect as a showcase for that era of ostentation. Better yet, the outbuildings could be renovated as perfect settings for retailing Things Jamaican products. The coach house also had potential as a grog shop. The Things Jamaican team and their UNDP consultants were delighted. Plans were prepared for the renovation of Devon House as a demonstration of aspects of Jamaican heritage and as an attraction featuring Jamaican food and drink products. The program for development of handicrafts had created much excitement and productive results. It had established a bounty of attractive gift items, enhancing the lives of many craft workers, and now it had a centerpiece of pride at Devon House, which quickly became a landmark for visitors and local residents. It's on the back page. Thank you for listening. Dad always wanted this Jamaican history book to be on every Jamaican's bookshelf, regardless of political leanings. So please come and get your free copy. If you'd like to give a donation, we're collecting for Jamaicans in need of kidney transplants. Our brother's life was saved with a kidney transplant recently, and we want to help others. Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Let us hear it once more for the legacy of the Right Honorable Siara. When we were going to school in Jamaica, we had to learn how to say the correct titles of our ministers of government. So anybody in the audience, Dr. Andrew Bonham, Dr. Canute, if I said it wrong, please do correct me. So I want to thank you again, Annabelle, and Andrew, I almost called you, for being here today, because I feel that you embody the soul and the spirit of your father, and you had to share your dad with the rest of us in Jamaica.
Sure.
You had to share your dad with the rest of the world. I cannot imagine what his dedication would look like on your side. At this time, we invite you, any questions that you want to ask. Remember that they are not Edward Siaga. Just a note. And if there is a question you'd like to ask at this time, I'll facilitate it. So the floor is yours, going once, going twice. Mr. CG, you have a question for us?
Being the children of a prime minister, what was it like for you? Just as being the children of a prime minister.
At the time, I hated it. But now that I have children of my own, I wish that I could give them that rich exposure that I had. We were able to tour the entire island, meet people from all walks of life, all different microcultures that exist within Jamaica, and that is something that's just priceless. And I'm so grateful that I had that opportunity.
Yeah, CG always with the tough questions. Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit younger when Dad was Prime Minister, and my memories at the time were having to spend my weekends going out into deep rural country areas and spending 5 hours in a hot church, in a clap hand ceremony of some sort, or somewhere I didn't want to be necessarily, but again, I do look back at those times and really appreciate it for what they were. And to Anna's point, I kind of feel like we've had a unique experience in that regard that you cannot duplicate it. Like, we could never give that to our kids.
Tough act, the father.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you
sure.
so very much. My final comment on this section is this: when we were preparing, because we did have to prepare for this, it was wonderful to have a conversation with you, especially Annabelle, when we spoke about the whole business of the heart of your father in terms of the respect for the Jamaican culture, the learning of the religions, and also, interestingly, the fact that he had to, after his sojourn at Harvard, he had to find his own identity. So I think that is a very powerful thing that we can garner from his words on his page. Sounds like we need a book from you both. What it's like.
That's enough.
Those kindness can help you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And remember, the books are here. They are available in fact for you. And funds are being raised to assist with kidney donations. So please do not be a stranger to the table. We are going to roll right along to our next presentation because we want to be out of here no later than 5 o'clock in terms of being able to mix and mingle, have some coffee, purchase books, and the like. So our next presenters will be speaking to you under the banner, Take the Stage, Poetry Session number 2. So let me just scoot around to my lectern here so I can give you a little background of our presenters for today. You're having a good time so far. I love it. So all your hard work, Dale and CG Oliver, is well received. Oh, point of order. May I ask everyone at this time, if your phones are on ring, put them on Do Not Disturb. Put all your phones on Do Not Disturb. That's something I should have asked you to do from Jump Street. Sharon Corinthian is a Jamaican woman who migrated to the United States at the age of 8. She now resides in Boca Raton, Florida. She's a mother, a poet, an aspiring writer, a blogger, and an entrepreneur. Being an immigrant child with an accent, she was picked on and made fun of by her peers. This left a lasting impression on her, causing her to realize the power of words. She often felt lost and out of place. Her years spent on the island of Jamaica gave her memories that inspired her to write The Cradle of Joy. Dr. Donna Asa Ware Soley. She is the author of 4 books and an associate professor of English at the Florida International University. She's also the immediate past president and current board member of the Association of Caribbean Women Writers and Scholars and former coordinator of the Hispanic Serving Institution Pathways Fellowship at FIU. At this time, for both our viewers online and here in the audience in Plantation, Florida, we ask you to put your hands together and welcome to the Jamaica Brewery Festival, literary readings, films, and coffee, Sharon Corinthian and Dr. Donna Asa Ware Soley.
Okay, I'll come up there. I wanted to use the podium.
Pay attention to the time I'm holding up the cards.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I didn't want to read there. Okay, I'm gonna read there. This one, right?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On the behalf of the Jamaica Brew Festival, I'd like to extend a warm welcome and a big thank you for taking the afternoon to be with us today. I have a little story to tell you. And I'd like to take you on a journey, memories of my childhood, which I hold so dear, humble beginnings, which has kept me grounded throughout the years. Down a yard, life did hard. Parents gone abroad, left granny, head cook and back washer, fully in charge. We had a heavy manners, can't even leave the front yard. Church every Sunday, homework, schoolwork, happy in a order, cause granny never ramp, play mother and father. On this little island is where I had most of my fun. And this is how my story began. This is my cradle of joy. On a distant island, ablaze with life-giving sun, living is easy and full of fun. The natives give freely, friendship, caring, and love, sharing blessings that come from above. Our children are happy, they play without fear. Knowing someone to trust is ever near. Pure rushing water when thirst takes us over. Relaxing ocean waves from exhaustion to recover. In the lap of nature, food is easy to get. Just plant a seed and the table is set. That sweet reggae music, the one-drop rhythm, it's the heartbeat of the Caribbean. Sweet, sweet paradise, my cradle of joy, island in the sun. Those were the good old days when I was young. Sweet, sweet paradise is where my roots come from. Remnants of my childhood filled with so much laughter, joy, and fun. Granny in our kitchen, taste buds jumping. Aki saltfish, banana, and dumpling. Saturday morning, she gone to market. Evening come, she sell out the whole basket. Granny gone, you think all day ramp and have fun? Better make sure, say all the housework done. Else your backside one bun till morning come. Bedtime stories to awaken the senses of a child. The adventures of Brother Nancy and Brother Tukuma allowed my imagination to run wild. May I tell you, no way, no better than doing a jam down in our big yard, playing marbles, gig, slingshot too. There was always something to do. We got a river every day, me and my crew. I long for that island, so far away, to be a child again, to play without worry, laughing with the breeze to sway. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back around. Hear that? Yes. That was fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I want to thank the CG for inviting me. I want to thank all the organizers, my friend Dale, Isaiah. Where are you? Thank you so much. And all of the organizers and all the everyone who's made it possible by contributing their funds. And those of you who are here who are contributing your time and your wonderful energy to this event. I just want to thank you for coming out. It's such a pleasure and such a joy to be here to represent anything that has to do with my beloved Jamaica.
Yes.
Thank you. And I was asked to read from this book, but it's so old. This book is almost 20 years old. It was published in 2006. I'm going to read the poem from the book that based on the woman on the cover, who's my grandmother, Teresa Matilda Macalla. But I want to start out first by reading a poem that's also about her. It's called Respect. She only beat me once because my coolie royal cousin and I got into a fight. He told me I was black and ugly. I barked at him the biggest insult I had heard in my village. Coolie, shit pankalalu, and turn round, nyam it. She beat me so good, she never had to beat me again. She beat respect for the other into my blood. It pools there still. I only fault her for one thing, for not beating it into him and into my village and into my country and my world. And the poem, the title poem, Teresa Matilda Macalla, titled after her. To feel the weight of a loss that ungrounds you and yet not know its source is a cruelty only human memory could design. For years, I felt adrift from my moorings without compass in uncharted waters, never really understanding why, until I took a train from to find you waiting on a mantelpiece in Uncle Bercenti's living room. Your oval face nicely framed in silver, skin tinged a reddish bronze glow, warm and fragrant like pimento. In your floral skirt and crisp, round color white blouse, your long bony hands crossed in your lap, you could have been dressed for Wednesday night prayer meeting. Grandma, your eyes held the high purple of the St. Catherine Hills and the promise of rainwater. I brought your picture. I'm competing with everybody in the back. So this is not a good thing. Like I can't hear myself. I can't hear myself. I brought your picture back to New York with me to copy and distribute to the family who were losing you, Mama, bit by precious bit. The first night back, you dreamt me red, overripe coffee beans. I woke up smelling their sickly sweet aroma, feeling the damp earth of the coffee walk, and hearing the chickman chicks singing in the pear tree. You said you were tired, had been picking pimento in Fustic Hill, and gathering coffee from Breeze Mill. You asked me to pick the red pitamilical ants from your skin, rub your feet with Bayrum. You were harvesting your crops to save for Bertina's plane ticket to America, Bercenti's passage to England. And no, you couldn't stop to rest or talk with me, because didn't I see there was so much work to be done? The gungo peas not yet on fire for dinner. And what would Marsnell say when he come back from the fields and no dinner already? So I walked with you to the dirt floor kitchen and swept the fire hearth while you gathered firewood. I watched your eyes redden from the smoke as you blew into the brushwood to get the fire started and sat back coughing. Tiny flames leapt up, devouring the brushwood, igniting the logs under your three-legged Dutch pot. When your pot was bubbling with green gungo peas, salt beef, white flour dumplings, and soft yellow white yam, and soft white yam. You filled your clay pipe with plug tobacco and lit it. You turned the bowl inside your mouth. You rocked back on your heels in the hard packed dirt, your long floral skirt fanning out around you, rings of smoke forming around your head, and said, listen good. I was born Teresa Matilda Toban, but everybody called me Miss Matty or Sister Matty. My mother was a maroon, fighter people then. She was a healer and a midwife. My daddy people them come from India Him come here when him a boy and start cut sugar cane from him a wear short pants. My daddy had a wandering spirit. Couldn't sit one place for long. My mother, she know all of the old African ways them. Some she teach me, some me forget. But the herbs business, yeah man, that stick with me. Me never have an easy life. Me born in a struggle. Me birth 14 picnic, one born dead, one get poliomyelitis from him a baby, one get a bad injection almost crippling. Me bury 2 husband, cousin them, same name. One jet black and cool like the stone in them water jar. The other one red like white people. Yeah, them green like the picnic them glass marble. Them did love me, the 2 of them, me not for them one way. But the first one, Lord, him covetous and prideful, you see. Could never forgive him people them who turned them back on him when he married me. Never did forgive me for being the reason. The other one cross, you see, and got a wandering spirit, like my daddy. Couldn't settle down, walk out all the land him buy, and the rest what him come find me with. Never find the peace in my walk I look for. Sun never catch me in a bed. So me don't know what sunlight feel like through the window in your face. But me know about donkey pad up with clothes to go river before day broke Monday morning. And me know about hole in the head of somebody you love in your lap till the last breath leave them body. And watching you pick them catch plane and ship. One by one, gone a foreign. And you don't know if you're going to live. You see them come back home again. You see these hands? These same hands help birth plenty grands into this world. Plot plenty here and ease a dying woman from the heaviness of stillbirth when the doctors give she over for dead. The same woman who never chat to me again after she find out she couldn't have no more baby. Yes, me know about hatred woman can have for woman. For no reason at all. And me know say, bad man, sometimes worse than obia. And that people can covet you for nothing at all. After you pick them, even when you're on them a suffer and a sucks all green. These hands know how to boil up castor oil to speed up lazy baby. Wash you in Cersei bath when you have chicken pox. Boil your tamarind tea when you have measles. Wrap your sweat out good when you are roast with dengue fever. These hands is healing hands, hugging hands, and beating hands to cut your little tail when you behave bad. Rub Dixie peach and castor oil into your scalp till you fall asleep, and I put you down beside me gentle. These hands even teach you to pick rat cut coffee. Remember? I woke up to a flood of tears, a flood of memories long forgotten. My pillow soaked in tears. The moms that I got the same day you died. The long black hearse carrying your body past the gate as I stood in what was left of the coffee wall. The little bit the government had not killed with spraying. Killing ganja, they said. Killing off the small coffee farmers, you said. Leaves tied to my jaw to keep the swelling down, held in place by a red handkerchief. The dull ache of the mums competing with the tightness in my chest. My breathing shallow and labored. Your weight, your loss, weighting down my 8-year-old spirit as if I had been orphaned. Mama, I carried your picture home from England with me. I know your spirit came with me too. 'Cause I dream your plug tobacco, smell the camphor, the pimento, and the bay rum in your skin. See you and the grandmothers waiting at the bus stop, sitting in the pew across from me at church. And often, when I forget the source of my own power, it is your voice that soothes me still. Your hands rubbing bay rum into my neck that gets me through these nightmare days. My dreams trailing red ripe coffee beans, leading from you and back to myself. This poem is about my cousin, Trevor Rowan, who died in 2009. It's in honor of his brother Barry, who I had to get hospitalized because he was beaten up by a domestic partner. And because he's gay, I couldn't get the rest of the family to come to his aid, so I had to take it upon myself. Over the river, upon the bank. Yesterday, a star fell over Bella's Gate. We mourned from Blue Hole to Crawl Pass, from Cedar Gully to Red Grum, our tears, salt in the squall in London, sweetening the early autumn breeze in New York, rising like cream in the waterways of Miami. We cry openly for this Bella's Gate boy who also rose like cream and carried us with him, telling our privations and our pride in one clean breath, who did not deny our humanity, our hard fallings, our rising triumphs. We cry and laugh and dance you over the river, pon the bank, Trevor, over the river, pon the bank, carrying you easy like you carried us with so much love and grace.
Presenters at this time. First question to be asked. First question going once.
I'm going to point out some people.
Call them up, teacher. Call them up. Okay, we have one.
You said your book is about 20 years old.
Yeah, it was published in 2006. It's very old.
Is it still available?
Yes, you can find it online. It actually has stood the test of time, and people still teach it, and it's lasted. So I'm very happy because poetry doesn't always do that.
All right. Excellent.
It's published by People Tree Press, so you can find it on their site, but you can also just Google my name and the title, you'll find it.
What's the title?
First Rain.
First Rain. Now remember, if you do want to see a schedule with a list of all of our presenters here today, please go to the website, JamaicaBreweryFestival.com. I see your hand. Brew, sorry. What did I just say? Oh Lord, I'm thinking Red Stripe. This is not a Red Stripe occasion, people. Thank you. May I have your question, please? And then I come to you, sir. Question?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I'm not.
1 second, please. I'm going to ask respectfully, everyone. When we have a presentation going on stage, I'm going to ask for us to be respectful of the persons on stage as well as audience members so that we can hear very clearly. So we're going to ask the question so everyone can hear, and we're going to listen with 4 ears, not 2 this time. All right?
I'm happy to be here today. I'm actually not Jamaican. I'm Haitian. But
Close enough.
But I love, all things that have to do with Jamaica, and I wanted to ask a question specifically about how, as a Jamaican, when you're seeing yourself here in this country and trying to traverse sort of the xenophobia and anti-blackness that is very specific to America, how do you sort of survive the onslaught of that pain in order to then transfer that into the writing in a way that doesn't become centered in the writing? Basically, my question is, how do we survive the pain of immigration without making anti-blackness
That thing. I have a quick short answer for you. Everybody got that question? Thank you so much. Beautiful question. The short answer is, we don't care.
Do you need me to translate it?
Do you need any explanation?
To translate the answer for her? We do not care.
Yes.
Yeah. But scholastically, though, academically and really, I see you, Malachi, and I see your quick question here. Realistically, we are going to allow the presenters to respond.
I think, well, first of all, we not care. And secondly, you write from your own humanity. You brush everybody else off your shoulders and write from a place of humanity. You don't always have to write from a place of your blackness. Your blackness is something imposed upon you by someone else. You know who you are. I'm an African. I'm mostly, by my DNA, I'm mostly Yoruba, right? But I have Indian ancestry clearly, and I'm sure there's a lot of white people in there. I've seen it on the charts. The science said so, not me, right? But I write from my humanity because I belong to the human family, first and foremost.
All right. Thank you so much for that response. You had your hand up respectfully. What do you have to ask?
I have a similar question to Mr. GC from earlier. What's the one takeaway from your work that we should get, or what's one thing you think that we should know?
What do you need the audience to take away from your presentations today?
One thing you did.
I would say just staying connected with your culture.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I love that answer. Sir Malachi Smith, I saw your hand earlier, and that's my last question for today. Do you have an answer, Doc?
Second ray. Okay, Malachi, that's a fair question. But I have had a second ray. It wasn't called Second Rain. It was called The Woman Who Knew. It was published by Finishing Press, and it's a chapbook. But I have some more surprises. And I had Caribbean Erotic. You were in it, so you know. There have been books since First Rain. But I have some surprises for you, and I'm going to tell you later.
That is right. Please put your hands together for us once more for Dr. Azza Ware-Soley and Sharon Corinthian. Thank you so much for your offering in our African ancestry and in our culture, heritage culture. It is truly an offering to be an artist and to be on stage and offer your work. Thank you so much. We wish you well. You can speak them. As we move right along, we are going to entertain round the table literary historical reasonings right now. And we are going to have the session being moderated by Dr. Natalie Courtesy, the one who came up earlier and gave us a one-woman show. And our featured panelists on our presentation at this time are Jeffrey Philp, another exquisite writer. You need to follow his blog online, where he posts the most amazing writings and opinions and thoughts. Linda R. Edwards. She was born in Jamaica during the coming of age, during the turbulent time in the island's history. Like most Caribbean people, she's a born storyteller, inspired by her unconventional family, the incongruity of her upbringing, and inspired by her unconventional family. For Jeffrey, who I mentioned before, he's a Silver Musgrave medalist, and he's the author of Archipelagos, a book of poems about climate change, which is near and dear to his heart. He has also appeared on Why I Write. You want to learn a little bit more about who he is and how he writes, do check that interview out that he did with me. Norma Jennings, also on stage at this time. She often visits her grandmother's old sugar plantation in Twickenham, in Clarendon, Jamaica. She has presented at large events as an executive at writers' conferences and at author events as well. And Dale Mafood, he is in a double category here at this time, being part convener or whole convener, and also a presenter on this panelist. Born in Kingston, Jamaica, to parents whose roots run deep into the island's past. He has lived in London, England. In Jamaica, we say London. London, England, and up and down the U.S. Eastern Seaboard from New England to Florida. He's currently the English instructor for both Broward County Schools and Florida International University. Dale writes poetry, song lyrics, short stories, novels, and is particularly interested in writing about diverse people and places. You can get his books here as well today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Round the Table Literary Historical Readings. Reasonings.
Looking stiff. You don't want any stiff up. Okay. So I have the distinguished pleasure. You can hear me? All right, good.
You want this one?
So this afternoon I have the distinguished pleasure of moderating a very exciting panel of stories. I told you about my story loving already, right? So I'm very, very excited about that. I don't want to waste much time with the chat up because we want to hear the stories and hopefully ask some questions. So, my first reader, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I will never forget the first time I gave a reading and we had 10 people. This is back in 19. We had 10 people and we sort of mashed down the place. But look at yourselves.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Look at what we can do when we give ourselves a chance.
That's right.
You know, and so I just want to give thanks that you are here, and we have more than one row going back. I'm going to be reading from my new collection, Archipelagos. As matching my age, I'm going to put on my glasses. American Welcome. I'll never forget the first time when, as a recent arrival to America, I'd taken a fellowship for a month-long residency in Seaside, Florida, where no two houses on the same street are allowed to have the same picket fence. And eager to escape the white noise of the Lyceum, modeled after Jefferson's academic village, where I had been dubbed the equal opportunity candidate, I wandered outside the gates on my morning jog, as if I was still that privileged schoolboy who could go anywhere he wanted, when a pickup truck with 6 or so rednecks, swilling beer on a flatbread, they might as well have been on a hunt and wearing white robes, pulled over to the other side of the road. A bottle whizzed by while I was trying to tie my shoelaces, and they screamed, "Nigger!" I looked behind me to find the target of their anger. For Garvey had taught me long ago never to answer to that name, and then jumped out of the way before another bottle exploded near my feet. I continued my journey toward the outskirts of the town, but now always looking over my shoulder, always running, always out of breath. The next poem is called Bad Friday. It's from April, the incident that occurred April 11, 1963. And it's for Deborah A. Thomas and John L. Jackson. Years after the beasts of Babylon swooped down on Pinnacle and scattered Rastafari, whose wisdom became flesh, for I to unlearn the folly of Rose Hall. The ballheads grab I in Coral Gardens on a bright Good Friday morning and scream, Rasta boy, you got dead today. It never mattered that I come from a good family, or that my mother raised I with good manners. Howdy and thank you, Bruckner Square. The Babylon only need to see I beard. Evidence I would never bow to the image of the Massa. For them to beat I naked like Jesus Christus, before the Roman soldiers hang him like a thief on a tree. And all I could hear was the whoosh of baton raining on I crown, until the light leave I head. But even in darkness I sight up the glory of His Majesty, and stay still as a spider, waiting for I deliverance. For in the hour of I tribulation, when it feel as if the Father turn him back, just like before a hurricane, when man of war come home to roost, I understand that even in the depths of hell, I and I would rise into fullness on the wings of morning doves over Mount Salem. And then the last poem I'm going to read.
Today.
You're going to have to use your imagination a little bit. I'm imagining the statue of Christopher Columbus coming alive. The Admiral, freed by an Obia woman who wanted a little company every Friday evening. The Admiral, when everyone else was asleep, would crawl down his pedestal to answer the summons to her bed, where he'd stay until midnight, and then ascend to his rightful position, the title he bore, Viceroy of the Indies. But it has been 3 years since his liberator died, yet her curse remains. Now the Admiral heads straight to the cemetery to pay respects to his mistress, climbs to her shack at the top of Liberty Hill to claim part of the inheritance she'd hidden under her floor, and where he keeps sun-bleached clothes he'd stolen from the poor on Windsor Road like a common thief, so he could roam anonymous through these New World Africans, until the rumheads renamed him the Cuban because of his accent. The Admiral hated that name. He preferred the name his mother Susanna had given him, Christopher Colombo, whispered in the soft syllables of her Ligurian tongue. But at least it was better than what one dreadlocked African, whom the Admiral would have sworn had figured out his identity, called him Christopher Columbus. Grabbing his clothes, the Admiral walked past women selling cheap goods from Cathay, as if the Silk Road had reached Jamaica, to his favorite bar near the Negro River, which reminded him of the tavern that Dominico, his father, had owned in Savona, where he'd learned the secrets of ocean winds and stories about fabled Zipangu. But everywhere had been discovered, and when the Admiral entered the bar, he ordered his usual shot of rum from Rosie, a beautiful African woman whom he'd have loved to draw but was afraid she'd be offended. The last thing the Admiral needed was angry Africans poking into his business. Gripping the shot glass between his thumb and index finger, with the same firmness as he had held pens when he signed letters demanding justice from the Spanish court, pleadings that were never resolved. The Admiral watched the news on the television, a miracle if he ever saw one, about the toppling of Edward Colson's statue. And though their nations had always been at war, they were allies in the same cause. So the Admiral retreated to the back of the bar when he settled among the shadows and sipped his drink until a group of Africans, led by the dreadlocked one, sat in front of the television, blocking his view. Though furious at the effrontery, the Admiral held his anger and shifted his chair. His mistress had tutored him in the ways of the island, but he had never grown accustomed to the speech of these Africans. He moved his chair to eavesdrop on the conversation that had captured his attention. "Tear him off of the rock," said the dreadlocked African, who had escaped the enchantment of empire by studying his reflection. As the images burned on the screen, the Admiral gulped down the rest of his drink and signaled to Rosie for another shot when he saw the beheading of the statue in Boston, the drowning of another in Richmond, and he realized that the African's plan would mean a second death. "Grind the marble to dust and dash it into the sea," one of the Africans added. The Admiral wanted to object, but I was a messenger of Christ, and the word of God has now spread to the four corners of the world, a sign that the second coming is at hand. But he also remembered what had happened in Hispaniola to the 9-year-old girls he had procured for his Castellanos, but knew if he still possessed the power he once wielded, he'd have cut out their tongues as his brother Bartolomeo had done to a woman who had claimed that their family had descended from common stock, or sliced off their ears as his men had done to the Indios to test the sharpness of their blades. But when the Africans raised their glasses in a toast to Christopher Combi Laus, dead man walking, the Admiral felt a tremor had shaken the foundation of the island. The Admiral wanted to run away, but where? He was duty-bound to answer the call of overseeing the town, so he waited for the last African to leave before he paid his debt for the night with Rosie, who asked, "Same time next week, Cuban?" The Admiral grunted goodbye. As he staggered up Main Street, he wondered when he would hear the sounds of Africans marching along the roaring river, sunlight glinting off their machete, the tools of their ancestors, chanting the words of their liberator. We must emancipate ourselves from mental slavery.
Give me a minute.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. One more round of applause, please. I think we can all agree that Jeffrey gave us a lot to think about. And there was one little spot there where you left out a word. I'm not too sure if it's because you got the one about being family friendly. But the retort of the Rasta man was a little bit more colorful than he let us believe, since I had the script at hand. He tell him to Gabardine and, and thing, right? So, tell us, what motivated you to focus this poem around the figure of Christopher Columbus?
Dr. Lucian Lawrence. You were talking about, all of these poems were written during the lockdown. And so I was reading the book by Amitav Ghosh, The Nutmeg, The Curse of the Nutmeg, The Nutmeg's Curse, and also The Great Derangement. And in those two books, and I highly recommend them, in those two books, he lays out how colonialism has contributed to climate change. And with climate change, we have, all of these other diseases and everything else. So really and truly, this book is an analysis, is a commentary on all the things that colonialism has done through Jamaican. So I'm looking at it through Jamaican eyes. So it affects racism, colorism,
And dopey. Why is Columbus a dopey?
Well, remember they were toppling the statues.
Yes.
No.
So I imagine Columbus standing up there in St. Anne's Bay, looking out, coming, but I needed a way to get him from the statue down. And I was like, how Obia woman will do this?
Wonderful. Another round of applause to Jackie. I'd like us to move now to Linda. And Linda is going to share with us from Friendship Estate. And I want to give you a little prips. If only there had been a white boy named Brixton and a black boy named Dexter, who had grown up as brothers, nursing at the same mother's breast, celebrating their shared heritage and the dream of racial harmony. If only ancient spells could give power to the helpless and stem the brutality of oppressors. Jamaica in the late 1700s and early 1800s was at a crossroads. The abolition of slavery was on the horizon. In the colonies, the white and black races had been mixing for generations. They had formed a new society with a culture born of oppression, harboring a deep desire to mix freely, while charting a new course for themselves by taking the reins of freedom into their own hands. Instead, emancipation came slowly and painfully, leaving a legacy of bitterness and resentment that poisoned the politics of future generations, because the dawning of a new age and the enlightenment it would bring was ignored. In this utopian fantasy, Jamaicans take the torch of freedom into their own hands and join the abolition movement that is gathering force in Britain. Good-hearted lords and ladies work behind the scenes to grease the wheels of progress as we witness the intricate romances and elegant customs of a bygone age, while meeting a captivating array of characters. So Friendship Estate, Linda, you say, transcends history's oppressive grasp and conjures up a romantic age where anything is possible by showing us what might have been. Linda, take it away.
Well, I tried to point the way to what might yet be. It's as simple as that.
Why did both Redemption Songs and Friendship Estate start with someone dying?
Because death is a catalyst for change, and I think that it's important to have that catalyst to move the story along, propel the story so that the message of the book is fully understood.
You was a little taste, no? You're a turd, no?
No, Natalie, I can't read like you, Somebody once said Natalie was the Cadillac of reading, and I'm the Chevy. Dexter, you are quiet. As someone directly affected by the abolition of slavery, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the topic, Liam asked. The table fell silent. Brixton's jaw tightened, and he sat forward in his seat, ready to defend his brother. Dexter sat back in the chair, wiped his mouth with his napkin, and crossed his legs. The abolition of slavery is very nuanced, just like the institution of slavery itself. When men and women were taken from the only home they had ever known, taken across an ocean, and dropped into an utterly foreign setting, it challenged them to adapt or die. Those who were willing and able not only survived, they thrived, and in doing so created a new identity and culture all their own, Dexter said. We could say something similar for the Englishmen and women who left England to find their fortune in the West Indies, Liam said. Precisely, sir. The journey may have been different, but we all ended up here. We had to build a life, create a civilization, and develop a culture together. So I will answer you thus. I talked when I should have listened. I was harsh when I should have been tender. I judged as I was being judged. The abolition of slavery is not the end, sir, it's the beginning. The question then becomes, when will the hate end? And the answer is simple, when there is no longer a they or a them, just an us. We are beginning to have that here in Jamaica, a result of how we have had to live together for generations. But the rest of the world, it will not happen for years after you, I, and our grandchildren have departed this world. The culture and hate and degradation human beings have nurtured for generations will not be stamped out quickly as long as it benefits one over the other, Dexter said. Liam looked from Dexter to Brixton. The same fire of conviction burned in Brixton's eyes.
And what are you trying to tell your readers here?
That Jamaican society was a lot more complex than the history books would like us to believe. We did what most could not. We embraced the yoke of colonialism as a bond and rejected what it was meant to do, which was to create irreparable divisions based on color.
All right, you have to give me a little bit more of the book for that, Linda. Come again. Read a little bit more for me now.
Aye, Natalie. Mrs. Cortese. All right, here we go. But how do you explain to 4 generations of people who have known nothing but subjugation and oppression that they are now free to determine the direction of their lives? Nothing to date has prepared them for that responsibility, Dexter said. The table fell silent as everyone around contemplated this dilemma, most not really understanding what the difficulty actually involved. That will be my obligation, won't it? Brixton asked. He looked at Dexter, who nodded. Sabine took his hand. All my life we have talked about this, Dex and I. We wanted freedom for everyone on this estate. Not only freedom from bondage, but freedom from fear for Mother and Nana. Freedom for us to live together as Jamaicans and build our future on this island. Now that the time is here, I realize it's not going to be easy. Change never is, Liam said. Change for the better, change for the worse. Change is never an easy pill to swallow. There will be those that fight against it, both black and white, both for the same reason. They are secure in the present circumstance. To see change for the better, well, many do not have the gift of foresight and are unwilling to look beyond how things are to what they may be. What do I say, Uncle Liam? Brixton asked. I have no idea, Brix. Liam answered honestly. I don't have a lifetime of vested interest in the dream that you have made a reality. I do know that love and purpose will guide you. Listen to your heart. It will give you the words.
Why did you feel it necessary to talk about the difficulty involved in emancipation from the Jamaican perspective instead of it being based on color?
Because it was a Jamaican problem. After the death of King Sugar and the plantation owners who had made their fortune and basically decided to cut and run when things got tough, Jamaicans that were left there had to navigate a way forward for themselves after nearly 300 years of colonial occupation. We may have all arrived in different boats, but we were all in the same boat then and now.
That's a very serious question. And one last one. Why do you end the book, if only?
Well, you'll have to read the book to find out.
Let's give her a big round of applause. Linda. All right. You ready? Go for it.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay.
They're giving me the pink flag that we're going too late.
Okay.
So go for it.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so I write Jamaican history. because it's rich, it's powerful. I've traveled internationally all over the world, and when people say, "Where are you from?" and I say Jamaica, the first thing I hear, the only thing I hear is Bob Marley. And then after that, they pepper me with questions about the island. So I've been an executive in this country. I've done a whole lot of things, been an international flight attendant. But now I've decided to write, and I write mostly about Jamaican history. And I'm going to share some things with you that you probably didn't know. Thank you. My latest book is called The Irish Connection. And that book explores the connection between Ireland and Jamaica. How many of you have Irish last names? Me. There you go. And how many of you have friends with Irish last names? There you go. Okay. So I was inspired to write The Irish Connection because when I was in high school in Jamaica, I always wondered why so many of my friends had Irish last name. My best friend was Olivia Murphy. I have another friend named Gavin O'Connor, and so forth. So I decided to do some research into the issue, and I'm going to share some of that research with you.
Hold on now.
Yes.
Hold on now.
Yes.
My maiden name is Wilmot. And I heard that 2 Wilmot Irish brothers settled in St. Anne, and all Wilmots are related. See that?
There you go. And mine is Jennings, but that's from the Scottish side. I was told by my father that a bunch of Scotsmen went aground in Old Harbour, and they decided to stay there, and they got together with the locals, and here comes the Jennings. So,
And here comes the Jennings.
So,
no, not wasting no more time. Tell me the Jennings story, chapter 7.
All right.
Go for it.
So, let's get back to the Irish, though. Did you know that the largest cultural people of different cultures in Jamaica are Irish Jamaicans? Second to Jamaicans of African descent? No? Okay. Did you know that in the mid-1600s, the British sent Irish people to Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean to work as slaves next to the African slaves? Yeah. So now you're wondering, where did all those Irish names come from? That's where the names came from. Also, after the Irish potato famine, you know about that, right? When a bunch of Irish people, over 1 million Irish people, died of starvation, unfortunately at the hands of the British, because they did not really help them. They sent them off to the US and Canada, over 1 million. Well, a bunch of Irishmen also escaped to the islands. Several came to Jamaica. Most of them ended up in Montserrat, which is now known as the Emerald Isle of the Caribbean. Okay? So several prominent Jamaicans have claimed their Irish heritage, including Marcus Garvey and our first Prime Minister, Sir Alexander Bustamante, who had changed his name from Clark. And there are many towns on the island, like Irish Town, Sligoville, Belfast, and so forth, that were named by the Irish who worked and lived in Jamaica. All right?
And then we have another little story.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother, Tilly Wilmot, is first cousins with Marcus Garvey.
There you go.
See that? Come again. We're ready. We're ready. I don't want them to push me no further because I have read your story. I want to hear it in your voice.
All right.
Go for
the Irish Connection is about Sean O'Sullivan, an Irishman who escaped starvation and death during the potato famine. And he left Ireland with his best friend, Brian. So I'm going to read this to you as he plans his escape, both he and Brian. The large, imposing vessel stood there, belching smoke into the air like an expectant beast. Its menacing tentacles reached out to me with a call of fear and anticipation. Anxiety gripped me in the gut like sharp claws. I'd embarked on a journey to the unknown because the life to which I was born had become unbearable. Fear gnawed at me as my mind flashed back to the coffin ships I'd read about in the Irish Times. The Times reported that many of the ships heading to Canada and America were unseaworthy, overcrowded, and had inadequate amounts of drinking water, food, and sanitation. But by the time I began reading the Irish Times, passengers on those ships were said to be fleeing from one form of death to another, and hundreds of bodies had to be buried at sea. But when Brian and I let Father Flannery in on our thoughts about leaving, the old priest came through for us. He told us about a boat heading to the Caribbean from Liverpool, England. The boat was sailing to Jamaica. Today, I faced a gloomy, cold morning at the port in Liverpool. There was enough fog to make the blinds tumble. Hoisting the jute knapsack over my right shoulder, I walked up to the vessel. With Brian by my side and my journey to Jamaica about to begin, I stared up at the ship in awe. The name Brig Watchful scrawled about the outer deck of the huge, rusty old galleon threatened to increase my anxiety. And the boat looked like it had seen better days, had sailed to many destinations in rough seas, and had weathered many storms. But Brian and I stepped onto the gangway and courageously walked on board. I stared around. My eyes rested on piles of fraying ropes, grungy old tarps, rusty metal lockers and containers, corroded anchors and shovels, machetes and goulashes of all sizes, and raggedy rain gear. "What you doing?" Brian asked. "Guaranteeing survival," I narrowed my eyes and whispered, shoving one of the machetes into my knapsack. "Survival from what? From waves and seagulls?" "Brian, we left the devil behind in Ireland, but I learned over the past months that death could knock at my door any minute. If I can protect myself against it, that's what I'll do. I plan to sleep with one eye open to anything that stirs on this ship." As it turns out, Shauna Sullivan really needed that machete on the ship.
Nice, nice.
You told us a little bit about what inspired the Irish connection, but I want you to tell me a little bit more about your two characters. Tell me a little bit more about Brian. What are they fleeing from?
Well, they were fleeing Ireland because of the potato famine. And one of the most egregious things about the Irish potato famine is that there was no lack of food in Ireland. In fact, when over 1 million people were starving to death and dying from typhus, Ireland had to ship lots of food to England. So people died because they were poor tenant farmers who farmed only one thing, potatoes, and they ate only potatoes. So when the blight set in and the potatoes rotted, they had no food, they had nothing to eat. So that's why they were sent to the US, to England, and several came to the Caribbean. Now, Sean O'Sullivan got to the Caribbean about a year or two before the abolition of slavery. So he worked on a plantation, he was an overseer, But he was an Irishman, so he used kindness to get the slaves to do what they needed to do. And not only that, when the Brits left the island because things got too rough and slavery was about to be abolished, O'Sullivan and another Irishman on the island bought 2 plantations and they turned it into communities for ex-slaves. So the ex-slaves were allowed to buy, by working for it, buy pieces of land and getting their own homes together. And it is said that many of the Irish in Jamaica silently helped with the abolition movement.
Wow.
So,
That is fantastic. That was a real treat. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
I got one to behave myself when time comes to introduce the next speaker. You know?
All right, say what you have to say.
So, I find out, say, I daily cleaner them call him.
It's true.
Because he can tell the best stories and he know everybody's story.
Business.
So, we are ready. Don't promise me how we're going to tell them the next thing. Behave yourself. So now, we are ready to hear from Mr. Dale Mafood.
Thank you. Thank you. I am so honored to be up on the stage with these guys. I can't say I have so much an immense respect for everybody here. Yeah. So my novel, When Trees Fall, my mother used to tell us all sorts of stories about growing up in Westmoreland. And she had all right, nice, represent. She had a very bad father. Think about every negative thing you can think about a Jamaican man, and that was him. And so one day at the dinner table, I said, you know what? I'm going to write a novel. And everybody, my daughters, my wife, everybody, yes, you have to write this novel. So 13 years later, the novel written. But I took the seeds of her stories and I created all sorts of other characters. Her father, who I gave him, everybody has a fictional name. His name in the book is Malcolm. And there are 3 other stories. His daughter, who is my mother, gave her the name Kaylin. A young boy, Archie, who lives
Sorry, 1 minute, Dale. Sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask, please, be sure that your phones are on silent. We don't want to miss a minute of this, right?
Thank you.
Right.
His boy, he lived with his mother in an inn, and then a man who was about 30 years old, and he was the foreman for this large property that Malcolm, the fictional name I give my grandfather. So this is a little introduction to Malcolm. Gus set the trap and hid between the cotton tree roots and waited. Time slugged slowly by and Kaylin got fidgety. Then to her relief, the male lighted near the trap and worked his way toward it. Just as he was about to step under the basket, Gus pretended to sneeze, scaring the bird away. You did that on purpose, Kaylin reacted with a look of disbelief. Just returning the favor, he replied with a smirk that matched his mischievous brown eyes. Before Gus had time to reset the springe, they heard someone down the hill exclaiming, Hitler, Hitler, I'm coming! This set off a frenzied chain of events. Kaylin and Gus took off sprinting toward the great house. One worker, whom Malcolm nicknamed Samfi for his conman antics, emerged from under a tree, began chopping at the overgrown bush near the road. Cowman, the one who had done the yelling, bounded over the low stone wall further down the road and cut through the upward sloping meadow at racehorse speed in an effort to reach the cow pen in time. Essie shouted to Ruby, the housemaid, to set the supper table quickly. Helen busied herself brushing her hair and straightening her dress. By the time Cowman made it to the pen and Kaylin and Gus made it back home, a black 1940 four-door Ford was pulling up the last stretch of the gravel road, turning left alongside the cotton tree and heading toward the barbecue. Kaylin and Gus stopped short as the car passed. With a last crunch of gravel from the rubber tires coming to a halt, the driver's door swung open and Malcolm Campbell, formerly known to the property workers as Bushell, but informally as Hitler, stepped out. Of Scottish lineage, he was of average height and thin girth. His white short-sleeved shirt revealed his tan-toned arms. He always wore khaki pants, which complemented his sun-bleached brown hair and dark chestnut eyes. That he could, and sometimes did, work as hard as anyone he hired afforded him a fascist disposition. "We're sharp," he barked to everyone in earshot. Essie yelled through the kitchen window, "Sir, him down checking on the curry mongoose them, since them never bring enough pimento for dry." The yardman, who was grooming Malcolm's horse, looked up and added, "You know, them good for steal some might." It baffled Kaylin how Essie seemed to know everything that happened on the property at any given time. She knew some of it had to do with the fact that Essie, Ruby, and the yardman lived in rooms adjoining the pimento storeroom, just off the kitchen, but that didn't explain how she knew what was happening in the far reaches of the property. She settled on the hypothesis that Essie, being the head cook, was the wheel's hub. Everyone had to come in contact with her at some point during the given day, and her commanding demeanor, next only to Malcolm's, had the effect of eliciting honesty. As Sharp often said, "She little but she tallow," meaning she had a small stature but knew how to manage anyone in her purview. Looking around, Malcolm spotted Gus, who was now panting. "Gus, go get that lazy good-for-nothing Sampa and tell him to get up here, put the pimento in the boxes, and lock them in the storeroom. Anyone with an ounce of common sense would know rain is coming in the next half hour. That's money lying on the barbecue." Gus took off running in Samfi's direction while Malcolm strode toward the front door, where Kaylin now stood with her mother under the front porch, trying to decipher his mood. Had he been drinking? Had his stay at Aristano been agreeable? "Glad you're back, Daddy," Kaylin said in a sweet young voice. Even though she was now 14, her father brought out the little girl in her. Being at a loss for something else to say, another effect he had on her, and wanting to influence his mood, she asked, "Would you like me to do a Highland jig for you?" The corners of his mouth shifted slightly into a smile. "Not now, dear. Perhaps after supper." He turned to his wife and said, "Good evening, Helen," then walked into the house. Helen exhaled relief. Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to read from my mother's poetry book. So these, oh, sorry.
I said if we don't reach mommy my food yet.
Okay.
I want to deal with this book first. So I'm going to tell you a little side story. I met Dale online.
Clubhouse. Yes.
As I did Linda. And we have another Clubhouse friend in the audience. Yes, two.
And Green.
And where is he? Fabian. Yes, he was here. And I remember Dale putting me on the hot spot. And he asked me, "How do you write the pattern on the paper?"
What she said?
And so I said, "Well, you write it in Jamaican English, but a lot of it is in the delivery." And so I just want to compliment you, Dale, on your patois delivery today.
Well, from me, that is a beautiful.
And so now I want to ask you to tell us why you chose to write this book in this particular period. I know you love historical fiction, but give us a little insight into that.
Well, of course, it was about my mother's stories that she told us, that she grew up, she was in her teen years in the 1940s. So that was natural that I would write from that. But of course, one of the best things about writing historical fiction is the research itself. I wanted every little thing to be right and accurate. And I had so much fun, researching, even though there's not a lot of World War II in the here, but there still is because it's during World War II, whatever it was, from, the different Jamaican politicians to whatever. It was a lot of fun, and yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm ready for the next one.
All right. So these books go hand in hand. This is the seeds are my mother's story here. totally fictionized. But then this is her memoir, which she wrote about 3 years ago. She's now almost 90. In March, she'll be 90. And she is a fabulous woman. I could go on about my mother forever.
That deserves a round of applause.
And I believe she's watching now. So anyway, so she wrote her memoir in poetry. And it's called A Simple Smile After Her Mother. And it really goes hand in hand with what I just read, because Malcolm is a type of Britain, of England. You know, after I wrote the novel, I realized, wait a second, this man represents England and all the, you know, we love England and England has a lot of good things, but a lot of the effect that England has had on so much of the world. And of course, as his wife, as you could see, she was kind of like, she was his white wife, his decent wife, if you know what I'm saying. So she endured a lot. And yeah, I'm just going to say that. So my mother wrote a poem about her. There's a simple smile and then a simple smile after, which is my mother's reflection back on this poem. Very meta. A simple smile. The woman I call mother, this lady was never a bother. The sacrifices for her 5 untold. Her patience a model to behold. She never wavered from her smile. I love your smile, mother. Your silent endurance and steadfast love shown to me through your loving smile. I was young and didn't understand the sad times hid behind that simple expression. Strength so obvious through a beaming face, you sacrificed so a normal childhood we could have. You taught me how to knit and sew, which has saved a fortune as my children grew. This joy, this gift of joy received from you taught me happiness when things go wrong, much gained from that enduring smile. There was a time when I thought you were so weak. How could you concede to trials you often faced? These times made my anger boil. You should fight back hard, I thought. I wanted to take over and fight your fight. Instead, you loved me with your protective smile. We 5 left the nest and went our way, but only to return and whisk you away. Abused no more, an unhappy silent past left behind. You brought with you a joyful heart. It was our crown to give you happiness until your end. We enjoyed you, mother. God gave you a silent golden strength, the rays that glittered from your smile. Now shine on me today. You gave me everything, you gave me life. I smile and say, God filled me with her strength. I love you, mother. All right, so for time's sake, I'm going to leave it at that, just to say that I read that poem to honor my mother, and I read it for women anywhere who have to endure a bad marriage. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all my readers. I'm seeing another pic. Look here, I can't read what is on that pink thing, you know. I need to make this
It's a wrap-up.
Wrap-up. What is it?
Wrap-up.
Wrap-up. All right. Okay then.
All right.
So I will allow. Okay then. I will allow.
Wrong wrap-up.
So I will take 3 quick questions, and I will ask for perhaps not always the same person to respond, to sort of respect the pink thing back there that I cannot read. Question 1, question 2, 1 more? 2 questions. All
There's
right.
one over there.
Where was it?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Okay, you'll be number 3. Go ahead.
Earlier today, I saw that each of you, some of you, had more than one novel or book on your table. Can you briefly give us a synopsis of your other works?
I don't think it can be brief.
No, that can't be
I
brief.
think Linda answered that question already. By the book. All right.
Norma, but you know, you brought up the patois. And I noticed that there are linguists that are looking to not name patois a dialect, but a language.
Yes.
And I see that they have the Bible, and I just wondered if Norma, I'm gonna get the book. I know you by the way, right? But anyway, I just wondered if, you know, it was visited in the book, that part where some European countries and their dialect came and has a lot to do with somehow twist the words and created patois.
Yes, absolutely. In my author's note in the front of the book, I talked a little bit about patois and the fact that it's a Creole language that the slaves created. It has some West African influences and so forth. And I do use a little bit of patois in the book, but you know, my publisher says don't go crazy with it because then others who don't understand won't be able to. So I do use some patois in the book.
But how they, you know, how some of the dialect from the Irish, how it... Actually, Irish people say, some Irish people say when they listen to Jamaicans speak, they think they come from West Cork.
Yes, yes.
So the Irish have really influenced the way we speak, our accent, and so forth, which is fascinating.
Yeah, and do any of you agree with...
No, one question.
Can I speak to that for a second?
No, hold on now.
I think I have an answer to her question.
I want one more response, but we're not going to take another question. Go ahead.
All right. So when I wrote my book, because my book has a lot of patois in it, because one of the characters comes from a poor hillside village, and I'm writing it, and the first time I wrote it and I gave it to people, and a lot of people are saying that's too hard to understand, even Jamaicans. So then I wrote it again, I made it too easy, and then my daughter, who's an American, said, but you took the Jamaican out of it, you take the spice. Yeah. So then I kind of tried to go middle ground. And what I found through that whole process, because I didn't know this thing about Jamaica being a language, I came to the conclusion this thing is a language. It has its own grammar, it has its own cadence, it has its own vocabulary. And I since then have met Joanna Richardson, and she is really a big proponent of that. So I actually wrote a short story, and she's going to put it into patois. We're working on that.
One more question to take. Here is what I'm going to leave with you. So just let it simmer for those who still want to continue this particular part of the discussion. You can pay to take a course in Jamaican patois at Howard. Let that simmer.
And Harvard.
And Harvard,
leave it right there, so. My third question. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate all your history and learning about Jamaica. I just wonder, very simply, where did the name Jamaica come from?
Oh, well, we know that.
Yeah,
it comes from.
Here.
You want to hear the answer, my brother?
Best answer. Best answer. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, Jam, I can. That's what I thought you were going to say. I can do it. We can do anything we put our minds to. We have to wrap up now. Big round of applause for the panel, Stand.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Them running us.
Sure. Yes, I didn't get to watch all of it. Watch a little bit.
MC, can I say one thing before you jump in? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking over the MC duty, right? She's been announced a short break, but I want to encourage you might plug, but during the break to support our food truck this year. It's a free event. We'll spend the money on the food truck and the books, right? We're going to have entertainment first from the Talawa Mentor Band, and then you're going to go for a quick break, and then come back in here for the final session. MC, did I steal your stuff?
That's the
We just wanted to add that Jamaica is, we read, because it argues with
Yeah, those are free. And the bookmarks. Those are free and the bookmarks are free. What, Mama? Yeah.
have Arawaks anymore. So it was derived from a Taino word, and Jamaica, spelled X-A-Y-M-A-C-A. The conjugations it went through to come to Jamaica, I am not sure about this time, but that is something certainly we can revisit. We want to move right into the rhythms of the sounds of Jamaica. We want to welcome the Jamaican Folk Review and Mentor Band. If you need to shift your chair, so go in there and start go. Me and Canute can give you dancing lessons if you want. So we want you to enjoy, and remember, we have food available for you just outside this door, or they have to go through the front. Right through the door on the outside, that's where you will have your lunch today. Once we wrap this segment up, you will have 30 minutes to do this, so we understand that closer to the end of our presentation with our mentor band, if you start to drift out to get something to eat in preparation for our later section of the program. Welcome if you just joined us. If you didn't come here before when we started, you missed a fantastic morning session. You absolutely did. For those of you who saw this morning's presentation, please give us a big round of applause. For those of you who don't know, and from, where's my lady friend from Haiti who got up and asked a question? She went away. What we are wearing here is our national costume. And this is referred to as Madras cotton. And we wear peasant neck blouses. So, Bandana, thank you so much.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, no doubt you have heard a little about coffee from the economic and the agricultural point of view. But coffee in Jamaica is a lot more than that. Coffee played a big role in the social life of Jamaica. And we're going to give you a little from the sociological side and from the musical anthropological side. Okay, so coffee played an important part, as I said, in a lot of important things in Jamaica. So for example, back in the day, and I still think it is the custom, almost any event you're having, you have to have coffee. By the way, where I come from, there's no such thing as coffee. It's coffee. So, if somebody died and you were going to have a night or a setup, you had to have coffee. And not just coffee. It had to be boiling coffee. It had to be coffee with milk and all that sort of thing. And if you're having a night, make sure the coffee is there. Because if you don't have it, bang around while you are.
Boss man, when you come here get any coffee?
No, sir. None.
What? You get any coffee?
No, them not give me none.
Oh boy.
You don't need?
No, not there.
Me come here, me not get no coffee.
Me come here, me no get no
coffee. From me come here, me no get no coffee. Me a go brush up the place and go away. Me a go mash up the place and go away. Me a go mash up the place and go away. One of these days.
Now, you all know about Nancy and Ratukuma and people like that. But who didn't know about Brarata? He was a very important man in the life of coffee. So where I come from in the hills of St. Elizabeth, we only heard about Blue Mountain Coffee. But we had High Mountain Coffee. And down upon Savannah, we had Lowland Coffee. But there was another grade of coffee, which was very important to us children. You see, back in the 40s and 50s, when I was a little boy, the rat cut coffee was very important because that is how you get a little spending money, right? So listen, from me
come here, me no get no.
That was the right one.
That's okay.
Me coffee, Ratakoti.
Rata, say no drink. Roach tea. Me coffee, rata, come easy. Rata, say no drink, bush tea. Rata, cut coffee, rata, cut coffee. Rata, say no drink, bush tea. Love me coffee, rata, coffee. Rata, say no drink, bush tea.
Rata,
coffee. Cut coffee. Rata, say no drink, bush tea.
Another important thing in the life of especially country folks. You see, if a young man like off a young lady or have eyes for her, and he decides that he wants to go to the parents and ask her, they better have one coffee ground. So when the parents ask him where him have him maintain wife, listen to what him say.
Two.
3 acre coffee, 4 acre beer land, 3 acre coffee. That's why me a come ask for her. Mama, coffee.
4 acre beer land, 3 acre of coffee. That's why you know come ask for your
Mama, oh, me love the girl. Mama, oh, me love the girl. Mama, oh, me love the girl. That's
why you must come ask for your 3 acre coffee, 4 acre beer land, 3 acre That's why him a come ask for her.
There was one time a year though when nobody no drink no coffee. Who know what time that is? Yes, that's the only time we never drink coffee. Eh?
We no drink coffee, tea, mango time. Care how nice it might be, mango time. Got the right of the mango, got the sweet them a right one drop. Wash your pot, turn them down, mango time. So I'm in mango, so sweet, mango time. Favorite mango, we need mango time. Just repeating a number 11, very wide up into heaven. Wash your pot, turn them down, mango time. Wash your pot, turn them down, mango time.
But of course, other than mango time, there is one thing we always have to have. Everybody, young and old, a bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
Me coffee, me coffee, oh me coffee, me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I carry from none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. Me coffee, oh me coffee, me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
Some people like the chocolate,
some people like the tea, some peach, sugar and water, and some with lemonade. But I cares for none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. Me coffee, oh me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
I get some every morning, dry or wet, so as never to be late. But the work I has to do, I generally says me, but sometimes I forget. But I always drinks me coffee in the morning.
Me coffee, oh me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
Sometimes I has it grand with me ackee and saltfish, me yellow heart breadfruit, ripe peas
more better than the rest is me coffee with me children in the morning.
Oh, me coffee, oh, me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these, the only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
Eyes on all woman now, and those open Bobby's face, and I have seen the old days, and I am satisfied. But still all together,
Yes.
and still praise the Lord with me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning.
Me coffee, oh, me coffee, oh, me coffee, me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these, the only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. Me coffee, oh, me coffee, me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. I cares for none of these, the only thing for me is me bowl of boiling coffee in the morning. Without
How did you enjoy that beautiful presentation? It was wonderful. Well, guess what? It is time to clasp your hands and close your eyes. We're going to say grace. No, we're not. It's time to lunch. So remember, please step outside these doors to our food truck. Get back in here exactly at 2:25, no later than 2:30. We will be beginning 2:30 on the dot. CG, you have something for us?
Yes. Thank you. I'm going to invite Mr. Norman Grant to come forward. We have something very special. We didn't tell you about this, but we have brought in Mr. Chablum himself, who is going to give you an expert presentation outside during your lunch break on how to taste coffee and all kind of magical things. Norman, you know, see, a few festivals can boast. What your special coffee title, sir, is, you tell them for me. Well, this is one of few persons in the world who is an expert in coffee. Mr. Norman Grant. Senator Norman Grant.
Thank you very much, thank you, CG. I'd just like to say good afternoon to everyone. This is the 6th celebration of the Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee Day, and each year CG and others across the diaspora work with the Jamaica Coffee Exporters Association to celebrate this event. And I want to congratulate you and the team here for the first Brewed Festival, which has been going great. Come, put your hands together. Yes. Coffee Exporters Association, the managing director of Mavis Bank. We have Mr. Donald Salmon over there, who is the president of the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association. So I'm the managing director and CEO of Mavis Bank. I'm an international coffee taster, and just 2 months ago, I became the first private sector Jamaican to be certified as a Coffee Quality Institute Arabica Q grader. To become only the 4th Jamaican to have this certification, 3 at the Coffee Industry Board, and I'm the lone one standing in the private sector. And therefore, basically, I will be sharing with you Jablum, Mavis Bank Coffee Factory. We are celebrating our 100th anniversary. We are, and the tasting will be outside. I have with me Mr. Enzo Appa, who is the managing director and owner of Sweet Coffee USA. Yeah, Sweet Coffee USA, who is our agent now in the USA. And therefore we want to really pick him up and say thanks for the partnership. I see Mr. Edgar Munn, who we had a long relationship with, and he's doing greatly. Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee. Oh, I see my great friend here, yes! Edgar Munn, Mr. Edgar Munn is there. From Coffee Traders, Zaimaka, right? We want the full community of Jamaican coffee and our growers. And it's just great for us to be here with you, sir. My wife, Millicent, greetings, who's here with me as well. So thank you very much. So we're going to be doing the tasting outside, and we're going to be talking about Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee. Blue perfection.
All right, tell us your name and how you feel about the festival so far.
I'm Sheila, and I'm glad I heard about it. I've enjoyed thoroughly the history, hearing about the history of Jamaica and about the poetry. It's wonderful. I'll be back next year.
Excellent. And your friend here, what's your name?
My sister.
Your sister.
I'm Alison Spence, and it has been very insightful and very enjoyable. And I'm hope you're going to bring it back next year.
Yes, it's going to be an annual event. Who's your favorite presenter so far?
Oh, all of them. All of them. But I really enjoyed hearing more about Edward Siaga. Because I knew a lot, but I heard a lot more of, some of the initiatives that he put forward.
But thank you so much for your feedback. All right, listen. Now we have Mr. Donald Salmon. Donald, you're the president of the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association. What does this engagement mean to you, especially as we celebrated Jamaica Coffee Day on January 9th? You are here, you have been providing free Blue Mountain coffee for persons gathered. What does this event mean for you?
It provides a lot of exposure for the coffee farmers of Jamaica. And even the history of our country, the poetry and the songs, it shows us a celebration within Jamaica. It's as if an independence. And it's a fine festival. And I will support it, and the coffee growers of Jamaica will always support it, because it provides the exposure that we want. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And on behalf of all the organizers, and I'm sure all the patrons here, you know, we want to thank you for your ongoing support for events here in the community, and especially for this, our first, and ours, which will be an annual event, Jamaica Brew, Literary, Short Film, and Coffee Festival.
Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. All right, so we're going to take over here. I'm just going to break this conversation a little here. Both of you can stay. Tell us how you feel about, just tell us your name and how you feel about, I know you have some news for Jamaica. You know, she's going to break some news here, a new position. How you feel about the festival? And
so far, so good. I mean, it's wonderful. I was telling CJ I couldn't find parking here today, which is a great thing. I'm honestly really surprised that so many people are out this early on a Saturday as well. And so I think you constantly do innovative things for Jamaica, and I think that's really, really important. It's not the same thing over and over. It's something new. It's something different. It appeals to different groups. So you have younger, older, in between. Everybody can enjoy it. So I think that's great.
and tell us, you have some exciting news to share. Tell us about it.
Yes, my exciting news is that I just got elected a few days ago to the Board of Governors for the Florida Bar. It's a big deal because that board actually regulates the practice of law in the state of Florida. So as you can tell, I'm an attorney, and it's the next step to becoming the president of the entire bar. I was president of the Broward County Bar, so just the county bar, but hopefully I'll be president of the state in short order.
Thank you very much, Alison. We always appreciate your support. Continue to make Jamaica proud, and we will be rooting for you in your next step.
Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent. And we have another young lady here. You're being interviewed here. Just tell us your name and what you think of the festival.
Amazing, amazing. My daughter was a part of it, and I'm just so proud of her and everybody else that contributed to the festival. And I think it's worthy of everybody's support for the next one to come.
Thank you very much. Well said, short, succinct, and we appreciate your support.
My pleasure.
Now we have a gentleman here who is no stranger to Jamaica. This gentleman has had several TV programs, including Where Are They Now, right? But we know where he is now. He's at the Jamaica Brew Literary and Short Film Coffee Festival. Curtis, what are your thoughts so far on the festival?
Very, very engaging event, and it catalogs a particular area of our culture, you know, that has to be seen, has to be eared, right? So this is expression, and this is history, and this is colorful. Yes, and very much. I'm enjoying this.
Thank you, Curtis. Now, tell me, you have heard a lot of presenters this morning. Tell me one person that particularly appealed to you.
Lord.
And don't tell me everybody. I want you to give me one specific person that come to mind.
The good lady Azza.
All right.
Yes, yes.
And tell us why.
Why? Because that story about her grandmother, right? You know how we are actually the makeup of our grandparents, even more than our parents in the Jamaican society. So that was quite interesting, and I enjoyed Canute as well. And what's her name? Dr. Natalie?
Yes, at the start, right.
Yes, right.
Yes.
All the oomph was at the start.
Yeah.
It started with a bang.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Now, this gentleman, last night he couldn't sleep, and he decided to write a poem. Now, sir, would you mind sharing your poem that you wrote last night at 11:30? Just give him a little taste of it. And the name of it is Jamaica Brew.
It's Jamaica Brew. I have it here.
While he gets it together. Now, some of us have never even we have never written a poem in our life, and this gentleman decided he was going to get up and just have a poem ready just in case somebody pounced on him in an interview and asked him, you know, if he had something to share. So,
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, Jamaica Brew. I got taken with the name of the event, and I said to myself, let's really write about our brew. What is in this brew? Jamaica Brew, pot of pepper soup, strong back, mix up and blend. With all that you intend, or special stew. What is it really for you? Pop story gimme, about me and you. Long bench a draw, fractal a lap, bar counter chat. See him gossip a drop. News flash a foreign, before it rock a yard. All angles are check, kiss me neck. You no know, you no see, but all different story I make. Stress, lavish and life and pure princess. Where you hear, pan grapevine, same story, same line, cause you're full of bad mind. Nothing you really look up. Every day when you cook up, same thing you just a stir up. Jamaica Brew, me I tell you for true. You not have to fast and everything will pass. Open your mind, not full it up. With just anything them a post online, we still a bubble. With all the trouble, stepping up. With all them making up. Jamaica Brew, the drive, the difference. Duly and daily served by me and you.
By me and you, menu for Jamaica Brew. What you say is true, and it must come true. Yes.
All right, my brother.
Blessings. Thank you, Curtis Mary, the one and only. Excellent. All right, we're going to step outside. We have two persons here before we step outside. Madam, tell us, dressed in lovely Jamaica colors, how you feel about the festival?
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm learning so much that I didn't know before. And you're a riot. Next year's your book. I need to see your book. But I'm really having a great time here, especially with the authors. I'm a reader. I have a book club, and that's what brought me out.
Oh, so you have a book club?
I have a book club, and it's called the Sophisticated Book Club. And I came up for that reason, to get books so that we can start reading.
Excellent, excellent. We're supporting our Jamaican writers. We're supporting our Jamaican short film makers. And we are enjoying Jamaica coffee, Blue Mountain coffee, High Mountain coffee. Everybody here has been able to enjoy coffee free of cost. And we have none other than our Vice President of Exports for Jampro here. And Jampro is our main sponsor. Jampro, thank you so much for your sponsorship. And just tell us what this festival means. The first year, building, you're supporting from the start, just jumping on the bandwagon as it expands. How you feel about the activity so far?
Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful. Although we're celebrating coffee and festival, I'm getting so much interest in investment in Jamaica. So this has been really a worthwhile investment for us, and we definitely will support in future events. So we want to be part of it. I've been talking to persons about the JSDI, the Jamaica Screen Development Initiative, which is a film fund. And so many persons are excited about it. They want to learn more about it and how they can be part of it. So it's a wonderful event, and we're making a
So you're saying Jamaica has a film fund and persons...
Historic, just like your event is historic. Very first.
Excellent. So we're hearing this live. This is excellent to share. And persons listening who would like to take advantage of the fund, where can they go to get some further information?
So what happened is we're now developing a criteria around it. We will have the official launch on the 31st of this month for the Prime Minister's office, and that will stream live.
Wow.
So we'll have that on our social media page. I'll ask you to share it on your social media page, so people can log in and learn more about it, and then we'll have all the criteria that people can understand. How can I be part of it? One thing is important, though, that persons who will access the fund, the companies must be 51% owned by Jamaican, and that is tremendous. So big companies coming into film, partnering with our local companies to access this fund will make it quite easy for our talent pool to develop in that space.
Excellent. Well, you heard it, and it means that Jamaica is serious about giving back to our storytellers.
Yes.
Because we have to tell our stories, and we have to put it out there to the world. And thank you so much. Thank you both. Keep up with the book club.
And then potential investor, that's what we're talking about.
And you're talking about investment, which is so important.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jampro, and thank you. We have two stalwarts here. We have a presenter. You did such an excellent job earlier. Tell us your name and just briefly, what was your experience like on stage?
I'm Linda Edwards, and it was amazing.
Oliver, you have such a following among the Jamaican community here.
I didn't pay her to say that, by the way, all right?
You did not. You did not. You did not. In South Florida, and in fact all of Florida, that if you're putting it on, you have to be here. That's just the way it goes.
Thank you so much for those kind words. What was your experience like being on stage? How was it for you?
It was lovely. It was really enjoyable, and I had, it's not often that you get to talk about your books to an actual Jamaican audience. I've done the Harlem Book Fair, I've done other book fairs in Orlando and the surrounding areas. This is the first time I talked to a Jamaican audience, and that to me meant everything in the world.
Excellent. And you did such an amazing job, Linda. Thank you so much.
My good friend Xavier.
Jamaicans.com has come for the second half. You know, some people watch the first half of an event and some come for the second half. But there's no event complete without Jamaicans.com. And we have the founder and chairman of the group, who is also a member of the Jamaica High Five group, which is the exercise group, Xavier. Thank you for being here. And why is it important for us to tell our stories?
So if we don't tell our stories, someone else will. And that is the key. We have to tell our stories. I want to congratulate the Consul General's office, you, sir, and all the organizers for putting on this particular event. I believe it's probably the first Caribbean book festival. Somebody lick me down if I say I'm wrong, but I think it is, if I can remember, that we're having. I'm looking forward to many, many more. Writers out there, take the opportunity to come out and grab a hold of some of these experienced authors, writers, and connect. You know, these are people telling our stories. You have great stories. You're the future of this particular festival. So we're hoping to see many, many more festivals like this and many, many more of you here. Thank you, sir, for putting this together with all the other organizers.
And I just want to say, publicly that really the heavy lifting for this festival came from members of the diaspora who did all the work, pulling everybody together, staging all the logistics. It just speaks to the power and the benevolence of our Jamaican and Caribbean diasporas. And I want to just again thank everybody for their ongoing support, and being here is part of the contribution. We thank you both, Linda and Xavier. All right, so as we move through, persons are enjoying their coffee.
You ready?
Okay.
Timekeepers tell us we need to start.
Hold on, or we're just about ready to start. This is Mr. Dale, my food. Perhaps eating his food, he got a chance to eat, right? Dale, you have done so much work helping to pull this festival together from day one when we approached you and said, Dale, we need somebody to help to drive it. Thank you so much, sir. And what has this meant to you actually presenting here this morning?
Presenting is very special to me, number one, because I'm reading from my work, and as I said with my mother, it represents her so much. But I love Jamaica, and I love Jamaican culture, and I love Jamaica's history, and so I'm glad to get some of that, out in this as well.
Excellent, excellent. So I see the timekeeper look like they're almost ready to start. I think we should give them another 10 minutes or so. So they can eat and come back.
But I want to say something.
Yes, go ahead.
Now I get the mic. I have to thank Oliver Mayer, Consul General, because it was his idea, and if that idea wasn't there, and he has just had the vision for this. So I'm very grateful, and I know over the last couple of weeks, we've become friends. I really feel like Oliver is my friend, but I have a feeling everybody thinks Oliver is his friend. So I'm grateful for this whole event and looking forward to what happens in the future.
Thank you, Dale. You're very gracious, and I want to also just recognize Calabash. That has been, I went to Calabash years ago. Calabash has been an inspiration to the entire community, continues to be, and this is just something we felt we had to do during our watch, because telling our stories is so important. And Dale, this could not have happened today without you. You have done all the heavy lifting along with other members of the committee. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. We love you. Like cook food, as we say in Jamaica.
And we're a team. That's all I'm going to say. Drop the mic.
Yeah.
I love you.
Huh? Oh. Are you getting a lovely gift here live? Oh, yes.
You're alive, sorry.
Yes.
All right, so look.
Wow.
I'll bring this for you.
Thank you so much.
Because I really do appreciate all you do for the Jamaican community. And I think it's important that you are representing our voices. So here are our stories and our voices.
Thank you very much. This is not staged, folks. This is all live.
Yes.
Getting a gift.
Yep.
I appreciate this. And so well put together. I am humbled and Linda, thank you so much. I appreciate this.
Catch me and I will sign them for you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Wow. We have persons enjoying our Blue Mountain coffee. I'm just going to bump in right now. We have some persons here. They don't know that I pounced on them without warning. How you feel about the coffee, first of all?
Once it's Jamaican, I love it.
All right.
Right? So it's very good. Very good.
Excellent, excellent. And how you feel about the festival here today?
I love it. I'm looking forward to number 2. Seriously, yes.
And thank you very much. And what brought you here today?
CG, I saw it advertised and I realized the minute I saw it that there was no way I was going to miss this. I came a little late because I was held up, but I watched it online before I got here and I was just thrilled, amazed. It's wonderful.
So our online specialist, Irie Times, Mr. Dreamy Riley, just gave the thumbs up. He's happy because our online family is so important. This is being streamed across the world. And so you guys are going viral, right?
No,
so
my relatives are watching it.
They're watching it.
Yeah,
Excellent.
they're watching it, yes.
So we are promoting our Jamaican writers, our short film makers, and our Jamaican coffee. But this could not have happened with you not coming out and being a part of this event. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be
Yes.
here.
Forward to number 2.
Excellent. We have one of the performers here from earlier, from the Talawa Mentor Band.
Jamaica Folk Review.
Jamaica Folk Review. Tell us what it was like singing all of these songs, coffee songs.
Remind me of my mother.
Remind me of your mother.
My mother. To this day, she's very proud of me being on this group because we're the 2 Yankee. So she said.
Give us a little piece of one of the coffee songs, both of you together.
From scratch. Me coffee, me coffee, me coffee, me coffee, me bowl of boil of coffee in the morning. I care for none of these. The only thing for me is me bowl of boil of coffee in the morning.
Very good. Upstairs. Mr. Grant. So here we have the president of the Jamaica Exporters Coffee Association, Mr. Norman Grant. And you did your tasting already, your demonstration?
Yes, I did my demonstration.
You are the gentleman that has been behind this Jamaica Coffee Day. Tell us, why is this event so important and what your thoughts on it so far?
CJ, I want to congratulate you on your team here. You have done an impeccable job. It is the 6th staging of the Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee Festival, and this Brewed Festival is just first class. I enjoy the readings, I enjoy the literature, I enjoy the connection between that and coffee. Of course, I shared the history behind coffee when coffee first came into Jamaica in 1728, where it was planted in Temple Hall, and how you can make a coffee well by brewing or the pour over method and just get the very best. Today, I'm serving Jablum, the coffee experience beyond compare, and it has been exquisite, mellow, smooth, balanced, and all of your, patrons that came by the booth today has just expressed total satisfaction in the history, but also in the fantastic taste of the Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee. And you have done a very, very good job. And I'll be here next year again on behalf of my company, Mavis Bank, and the 5,000 coffee farmers and the Jamaica Coffee Exporters Association. Good job.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And it's always good to, once you know when this gentleman is here, you know you even turn up, because he has been so supportive for coffee, helped to put coffee on the map, and anything to do with coffee, this is the expert right here. Thank you, sir.
And I can't help myself but show job love. The coffee experience beyond compare. We are celebrating 100 years this year.
Wow, congratulations.
And that's one of the reasons why we are here. And I'm happy to really be sharing with you. And our work is just here to build the economy for the Jamaican farmers.
Thank you so much, sir. Excellent. As you can see, we have so many persons gathered here. My good friend here, you came in at about mid-morning. How has your experience been so far?
Oh, great.
What has been a standout moment for you?
All the writers, the connection with all of them, and most of them have been friends on Facebook and never met.
Okay.
So this is a connectivity forum for them. So I think it's great. I think you accomplish a couple of things. You know, it's a forum for bringing the Jamaican literary world together and just projecting it, just, you know, deploying it out there. I think it's key because we need to know who our writers are and who is telling our stories. And we should always be at the table and show up and be present. And this is an opportunity for them to not just show up, but be present, represent, and project their works.
Excellent.
Great job.
Well, thank you so much. And it was well said. All right. So as we move around, welcome, sir. Welcome. Here for the second half.
Yeah, because I went to another event. In my Sunrise City Hall.
By the way, you're live. I must tell you, you're live here. And so, what brought you here today, sir?
I always support my cultural events.
Excellent. And why is culture so important?
It's coming back from way back our days, you know, Miss Lou, Bob, and the music.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Yes.
So I love to be around my people.
Excellent.
Keep up with the jive.
And you're one of the persons that we always see at events, and we appreciate your ongoing support.
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
You're the best by far.
So, my brother, thank you so much.
You're the best by far.
So tell us, my brother, how has the festival been like for you so far?
Well, I came not too long ago, but I came because I think it's very important what's been done here in exposing the artwork, the artists, and the art culture of Jamaica, which is rich and doesn't get the exposure that it should get. And I'm glad that you did something like this to show us that there is a much more diverse artist pool and artist tapestry in Jamaica.
And I want to say publicly that this could not have happened without a dynamic committee here, diaspora committee, that helped to pull together, do all the heavy lifting. And so the praise really belongs to them. One of them is right beside you.
Which is a long time. Friends of almost 40 years.
Now, this lady, folks watching, she volunteered her time to be a part of our Love at Christmas concert that took place on December 19th. And we just got the unfortunate news yesterday that the headliner for that show, Pluto, Jamaican legend, passed on. And you know, and you can have a little resemblance there, you know. Yeah.
Well, only because we come from the same circle.
The same circle.
We come from inner circle. We come from tomorrow's children. We come from we call it third world.
Okay.
I come from all of that background. I used to be a JC. I know you used to go camping.
That's right. That's right.
But I was originally from JC.
So yeah, we have a JC man in the house. Yeah. And so John, you were there, right there with Pluto. You sent a note. You sent a note this morning What was that experience like, being there with Pluto, and what would you have to share about him?
Okay, so I know Pluto for years, but just being with him in the background and talking to him backstage, it was really meaningful because I taught his grandson and he was able to update me on what his grandson was doing. And I don't know if you know Pluto, but when he talks about his children or grandchildren, it's like a joy and his eyes just light up and he has so much energy. So that was good for me that, you know, I spent quality time with him and spoke to him, and I didn't know that would be the last time that I was going to see him, but I'm glad I did.
I will want to thank you as well, Joan, for continuing to volunteer your time. I mean, you have been manning the door here from morning, ensuring that we capture person's information and just continue to give your time. And I want to thank both of you for your contribution to this interview. Thank you.
Anything for Jamaica.
Excellent, excellent. So, what are your thoughts so far on the festival? Tell us your name, which part of Jamaica you come from, and what you think about the festival.
All right, I am Deborah Edwards. I am from St. Andrew, a place called Stony Hill. Boop, boop. And so far, I am really loving it and looking forward to what's coming next, which is Kai Miller.
No, Kai Miller is perhaps one, well, not perhaps, definitely one of Jamaica's greatest writers, and persons are looking forward to him coming in the second half of the day. What does a Kai Miller mean to you, being a Jamaican and he being having so much, done so well on the international stage? What does that mean for you?
To have such a prolific writer come from Jamaica means a lot, especially as a writer myself. So somebody to look up to and know that, yes, you can come from our land of wood and water and make it as far as he has.
Excellent, excellent. And thank you so much. We look forward to having you on stage next year, right?
Yes, hopefully.
So here we have one of our young persons here, and this individual here has been helping to pull together our Jamaica Youths program. How you feel about what you've seen so far?
So far, what I've seen, I've learned a lot just from being here. I learned a lot about my culture, and I would encourage a lot of young people to come out to as much events to learn about the beautiful Jamaican culture.
Excellent, excellent. And I see you're wearing your Jamaica High Five shirt.
I have my I Love Jamaica bag that I got in Jamaica, and my 5K Jamaica. I'm all decked out for Jamaica.
You're born in the United States. Why does Jamaica mean so much to you?
So both my parents are Jamaican, and I've been to Jamaica since I was a little girl, so it's like second home to me. And I was really, honestly, I was brought up more in the Jamaican culture than I was in the American culture, so I feel like I'm more closer in relation to the Jamaican culture than my own culture.
So, in short, you're Jamaican.
Yes, yeah, I am. And I got my citizenship, so I can say.
So officially she has exercised her right, and she's now a Jamaican citizen, right? And anybody listening here, you know, if your children are born in the United States and you're Jamaican, they can also become Jamaican. And it takes, how long did the process take you?
It took me, how long? What was it?
4 months?
4 months?
Yeah, 4 months. So 3 to 4 months.
It didn't feel like that, I would say. It felt like 2 months.
Felt like 2 months. All right. Well, thank you so much for all you continue to do and continue to enjoy the festival.
I will.
All right. We have this gentleman here who says he is
the only sexy man, the only one.
All right.
So see, you heard it from my lips. Sexy man David Muir right here. CG, I didn't realize you're a new role. Are you interviewer now, MC? How you go? What's the title?
Boy, the person who was supposed to do it is on lunch break, so they asked me to fill in, right? I couldn't find anybody else. But David, tell us, you have produced one of the iconic books representing Jamaica, Pieces of Jamaica. You're here displaying it. What does this festival mean to you?
Well, it's great for a number of reasons. CJ, I really have to honor you for doing things of cultural relevance to bring our community out. Different events bring different types of people who have different interests. And this event has brought together a wonderful cross-section of Jamaicans who are interested in culture, interested in literary works, interested in art. And so for me as an artist, as someone who does this as my day-to-day living, I am just truly grateful for the opportunity to come and expose my work to people who have interest in work of this type. And it has been great. I've made sales, I've met good people, I've also...
Hold on, you've made some sales. We need to talk about some...
commission?
Yeah.
Yes, we can definitely commission a lot of things. As a matter of fact, I would like to talk to you about your commissioning me to do some work for you, if we can get that down.
Yeah.
But sincerely, it has been really great. And some of the things I found most gratifying is that there were some artists who came who actually left here saying they were going to take some of my work and reproduce as their paintings as an inspiration. So it's just been a wonderful day, and good food, good people, good coffee. What more can we ask for? The only thing we can ask for is more events like this frequently. So if you can do it once a quarter, whatever you can manage. I know your schedule is tight, but we appreciate you, but we're asking you to do more if you can manage.
Now, David Muir, thank you so much. You have a big event coming up this evening,
definitely,
right, which is going to set the stage for Reggae Month.
Yes,
and I want to those persons listening who may be in the region who would like to come out and be a part of it. Why don't you tell us about it?
Absolutely. So this evening we have the panel discussion for Reggae Genealogy. Let me say this right. The roots and fruits of the reggae family tree. We have some very high-level panelists tonight. We have, starting at 5 p.m. at Island Space Caribbean Museum, we have the likes of Maxine Stowe, we have Mr. Vegas, we have Willie Stewart, we have, it's just really an amazing lineup of people, intellectuals, who are being led also by Richard Hugh Blackford as well as G. Cole, who are going to be the interviewers and the sort of leading the dialogue. So if you are able to come today, Island Space Caribbean Museum in the Broward Mall, starting at 5 p.m. It's a celebration of reggae music and Jamaican music, and it would be wonderful for everyone who is listening today to come on out in just like 2 hours and join us for this spectacular event.
Thank you, David, for the work you continue to do, and all of our best to you. I'll be there later to support. Absolutely. Because Reggae Month is so critical to us. As we get ready for the second half, persons are now making their way back in. We're going to hear from Mr. Kai Miller, who is our headline presenter for the evening.
Big time. Kai Miller that's the real deal right there.
Real deal.
Yeah, man. So, hey, if you haven't gotten here yet and you still have an opportunity, join us now. It's been a great afternoon. Lots of interesting people and books and publications for you to grab for the history of the Jamaican community. So come on out.
Thank you so much, David.
You're welcome.
Mr. Music, will you please play? We are running way behind our schedule, so we want to move right into the next segment of our presentation, and we have a short time in which to do it. Any music? We know that folks who wanted to get some food out had to join very long lines. points. There was a lot of meeting and greeting, which we love. And we thank you for visiting all our book stalls here today. If you have been enjoying this first Jamaica Brew Literary Festival, please put your hands together and say, woo-hoo! I want you to say Medea. That is correct. That is a term we use in Jamaica when someone asks, how are you doing? And they say Medea. It can mean I'm broke, I'm a pop dog. It could mean I'm just present here in this place. It could mean I'm gonna ask you no more question. It can be a stop Medea. In other words, don't ask for nothing else. All right? This morning we heard from Dr. Natalie Horsey and Newton Lawrence in our first poetry session jam, Take the Stage. Then we heard readings from Annabelle Siaga and Andrew Siaga from their dad's memoir, Preserving Jamaica's Cultural Treasures, the life and the works of Edward Siaga. So we heard from both his children here today. And this is what I love about writing books. You do leave a legacy. You do leave a legacy when you write books. That is how we ended up with the Anne Frank diaries. People remember that? That's how we ended up with so many stories that littered our past. We also heard, and we tuned in to the Round the Table Literary Historical Reasonings with Jeffrey Philp, Linda Edwards, Norma Jennings, Dale Mafood. And we also got to sing Me Coffee once more with the Jamaica Folk Review. Sincerely hope that you enjoy that. Now it is Take the Stage Poetry Session number 3. So much talent in this space. I'm going to bring up award-winning poetry writers and performers at this time. I'm not going to take long with the introduction simply because we are at time. These next presenters, you can easily find them online. You can find them on Facebook, or they have their own website. So do not hesitate to look them up and get to know them, share with them, and such the like. Without further ado, put your hands together and welcome to our stage, Andreen Bonner and Malachi Smith.
I'll sit down right this way. Eh? Yeah, this is fine. My mouth big enough. So I don't need this then. Huh? I need both of them? Ooh, okay. Oh, Lord. Well, I'm going to leave it now after it got through all of that. All right. Thank you, Jocelyn. When I was 9, I wrote a poem for my pet rooster. I didn't know then that I was writing praise poetry. Now, fast forward to the Jamaica School of Drama, where we performed Wole Soyinka's Death and the King's Horseman and Elechi Amadi's Isiburu, plays in the African praise poetry griot tradition. For my friends and I, Patrick, Uzo, Angela, Sydney, Rennie, Sandra, and Hyacinth Brown, it was a baptism. Quantum leap to 2016. Councilwoman Una Clark invited me to a celebration for Charlene McCray de Blasio, First Lady of New York City, a woman of Caribbean heritage. She stood in the eye of the storm, like the Statue of Liberty. But unlike the statue, she faced a system bent on erasing her. I wanted to change the narrative. So I turned to Soyinka, to Amadi, and to African praise poetry. I decided to call on Oya, a West African Orisha, goddess of the wind and the storm and lightning, as an affirmation for the First Lady. I surprised her when I read the poem to her at the event. Now, this celebratory collection, Woman in the Wind, has its genesis at that event in New York. All the women celebrated here are freedom fighters who have the essence of Oya. Oya, Orisha, Oya, Orisha. I named this Oya, She Who Laughs the Revolution. The people call her Miss Lou. 100 years ago, she made a grand jeté, a classic entrance onto her mother, Love's lap. The elders blew the abeng to wake the town. A lioness has come! A lioness has come to laugh the revolution. Laugh the revolution. Same time. One big breeze blew our first cry over the Blue Mountains, round Macabac Lane, down Halfway Tree, past Crossroads, over Kingston Harbor, where it pick up speed before it catch a 40 North Street to laugh the revolution. Laugh the revolution, whoa! Matty run, leave our clothes a standpipe. Auntie Roach drag on our slippers, put on our tie, pick up the Bible, open the Psalms over the baby head, fi ward off evil spirit and bad-mindedness. The ancestors brought her gifts, a heart of cooperation. From the moment she could run round in the yard with our cousin Fatty, play dandy shandy, Manuel Road, hopscotch, Jackson ball, the strategy to change the game began. To laugh the revolution. Laugh the revolution, yes! The ancestors gave her language of many African tongues that survived the treacherous crossings, intersecting European vernacular imposed by cruel lashes. Some call it chatbad, others call it patois, but she prefers to call it Sosa Jamaican, to laugh the revolution. Laugh the revolution, whoa! For social change, a must. From political greed and loss. For when some people still grumble that is licky economic power kill the queen, pound, shilling and pence to make way for the ever devaluating dollar. She laughed the revolution. Laugh the revolution, yes. She revolutionized Jamaican theater, once reserved for the upper class elite. Wrote pantomimes of ordinary folks who are theater park. You couldn't even get a seat. Every time she and Master and catch a quarrel, his social commentary establishment rebuke. She transformed television to teach children ring in good manners, self-respect, and how to grow them intellect. And the revolution continues. With writers like me, Goodison, Mutabaruka, Malachi, Palmer, Adisa, Azaware, Soli, Faith Nelson, Jeffrey Philp, Kai Miller, Marlon, James, Colin, Oku, Jean Binta Breeze, LKJ, Kwame Dawes, Marley Tosh, and Mikey Smith. Too numerous to mention. For she who laughs the revolution, feminist, raconteur, diviner, the Honorable Dr. Louise Bennett Coverley, champions the voices of a new nation to love the revolution. Love the revolution, yes. Oh yeah, oh, oh, Risha, oh, oh yeah, oh, oh, Risha, oh. I call this Oya bare-faced bravery. The people call her Beverly Manley. We will speak your name, rebel daughter of Esmeen, beloved of Father Eric, girl who broke the rules. You are barefaced courage. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we honor the women's suffrage movement in Jamaica, in which you advocated for the woman's right to vote, seized the reins of her political life like suffragists around the world. Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells, Josefa Yanes Escota, Nanny Helen Burroughs, Suzanne B. Anthony, Stacey Abrams, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we honor women who made presidents, premiers, and prime ministers of their husbands. Winnie Mandela, who kept the plight of South Africa's majority in front of the world. Michelle Obama, whose love of country and confidence is unshakable in her Barack's ability to lead. Lady Gladys Maud Bustamante, who was a stalwart supporter of the Bustamante trade union started by her husband, Prime Minister William Alexander Bustamante. We will speak your name. We remember how you stood by your husband, Prime Minister Michael Manley, and country through the demonizing campaign against his democratic socialist policies that you helped champion for the people. You taught him effective public speaking strategies, readying him to articulate his message across the world. We will speak your name. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we honor advocates for education. Elsa Leoraini, Mary Morris Knibb, Marva Collins, Fannie Lou Hamer, Amy Bailey, Dr. Eleanor Wint, Mary McLeod Bethune, Ama Ata, I do, we will speak your name. How you were the catalyst for free education, creating access for all, supporting Manley's zeal to eradicate illiteracy. The people met to this honor with great pride. The uneducated, the street cleaners, the destitute poor wore their dignity in reading on their school bags. We will speak your name. Your pioneering Jamaican House Basic School opens portals where young minds school their imagination, feel a sense of belonging, legitimate citizenship. Jamaica House, became the People's House, a legacy to this day. We will speak your name. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we honor the feminists. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Bell Hooks, Gloria Steinem, Simone de Beauvoir, Audre Lorde, Yuriko Chiyama, bold women whose values are anchored in equality for all genders everywhere. We will speak your name. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we celebrate Black is Naturally Beautiful. Joan MacDonald, Althea Lang, Angela Davis, Miriam Makeba, Rosalind Cash. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley. You gave little Black girls courage to wear their naturals. When you entered the political arena, hand in glove with your mulatto prime minister husband, defying the status quo of the press-lacquered mane, donning coiffed traditional African afro, symbol of your royal rank among the people, we will speak your name. Now, your defiant dreadlocks, a silvering mark of your stateswomanship. We will speak your name. We will speak your name, Beverly Manley, when we remember your love affair with yet another alpha male, Donald Keith, D.K. Duncan, radical intellectual, political visionary, social justice activist, a born leader with whose principles you align towards full liberation for Jamaica, the blessed country, a people you value. We will speak your name. We will speak your name diligently to our children when we teach of your bold acts, and we will talk of them when we sit in our homes, under the mango tree, in the rum bar, in the theater, in places of worship, in parliament, in halls of academia, and when we walk along the beach, when we lay down to rest, and when we rise up from sleep. Today, we speak your name, Beverly Loy Anderson Manley Duncan. We will speak your name again tomorrow. Oh yeah, oh, oh, Risha, oh yeah, oh, Risha. Thank you. So do I join you up there? Do I sit up there?
Every man is crying out for peace, yeah, yeah. None of them is crying out for justice.
Sit there.
Not you. This blue morning, can't be climbing. Halfway up the side of a mountain on my way to heaven to sit down face to face with Master God and have a prancing tape. I start over. This blue morning, can't be climbing. Halfway up the side of a mountain on my way to heaven to sit down with Master God and have a face to face talk at the conference table. I cut a deck of cards and I poops down a yard and I say trouble, trouble, trouble. I said, Bonnie Livingstone get stoned. I see bodies sitting on the edge of the edge, just waiting to be pushed over the edge. I see hearts failing as fast as driver's license expire, undertakers smiling, business looking up higher. Yes. I crisscross the globe, trying to ease the load. I look down, way down in the Persian Gulf, and I see millions of people chained together, dead. Down in the valley of the Nile, I see the dragon of death breathing fire. I see Gideon, my brother. I say, man a bomb man, man a missile man, man a eat man meat, man a drink man blood. I see cruise missiles and scud. I hear a terrible explosion. I see black rain falling from the sky. I hear the scream of babe and suckling as they all perish and die. I race up the mountain, trying to get to heaven. A ball out, Master God look down. The same place in the River Jordan that John baptized the only begotten son, then just drop another big bomb. God didn't answer. So I keep on treading and looking. I look down in Central and South America, all I see is the filthy, wealthy, misery, poverty, armies and gorillas grabbing their share of power. In El Salvador, I see gorillas attacking once more, down in an American chopper with a missile donated by Russia, while all around people live in squalor and babies are dying daily from disease and hunger. I stopped to pray. I said, Master God, help mankind today. God didn't answer. So I keep on treading and looking. I look down in the USA and winter race through my spine. In Miami, condition no pretty, no pretty, no pretty. Hispanics burn and loot, we with blacks ball out. You know, just a feel what we have feel long time ago. Noriega sent to jail for telling the tales of their tears. Reverend Sims can't preach in peace and in pulpit unless him water down the sermon to sue the whole hypocrites. In Jackson Hospital, a poor old sufferer unable to afford surgery for a football-sized tumor passed away, while the nation spend millions bailing out banks every day. In the streets, I say blacks and blacks, Hispanics are counter-attacks, whites staring in the mirror asking, do we have anything to do with that? In New York, I see a black mayor. In Virginia, a black governor. So we take one step forward, we look like we end up taking 10 behind, my brother. I start to cry. Oh Lord, why Lord? Why we blacks suffer so? Why when we plant our seeds it's harder to grow? Why when we win we lose? Why we always end up making the eyewitness news? Our Father, who art in heaven, can you please remake the world? Our side not even. I keep on walking. And I look down in Haiti via Africa, and I see man just chop off man and pour gas on them and light them a fire, while millions stranded at a crossroads, so them waiting for a bus to take them across the river. I hear the voice of Grandfather Mandela, still talking sense to them oppressor. I beg the ragamuffin for hold the strain in order to liberate yourself. You must feel pain. I look to the mountain. The summit out of sight. I whisper a little prayer. Hope I get there before Master God. Go to bed tonight. We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will. We know we will. I finally get to heaven. No God, no conference table. Just me alone and my big bag, caucus bag of trouble, and Babylon all around me. Oh, it's a fantasy. Brothers and sisters, follow me. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Now this poem named Expiration. And it's a poem that I wrote in that era when Jamaica was going through a lot. I'll say an unofficial civil war. Remember those era? 76 to 1980? This poem named Expiration. Echo cries and bloodbath sounds flames from Michael's tongue, while the poetic Malachi prophesies. And matter in discourse starts to cause blood and fire, fire, burn, Babylon. Mervyn still a cry from the day him father died. Miss Luba, Chichi Bodo, some of them all, some some a danko, some a dem a holla, some a ball, some a white wing, some a dem a holla, some a ball. Chichi bodo, some a dem a holla, some a ball, some a dog. Then he kneels to pray, and thunder and lightning blast and flash from his new head, and wisdom and knowledge spring from his skull grey and black. Brathwaite commands, rise, rise, black man, wise man, Solomon, crash program workers, Ghana theatre. DJ shout, is a dread at the control to let rhythm roll. And then it is the sound of culture, pleading with reluctant tears. Stop this fussing and fighting, brother. Stop this fussing and fighting, sister. Man run go church, that good. Man backslide, that bad. Deacon ball, amen, Lord. Is this thy coming? Welcome to Jamaica for the 5-year heavyweight bout. Opposition leader versus prime minister. And it is over commentators, democratic socialism and nationalism. Opposition leader, job sabotage. Prime minister slugs a tremendous left hook. Whoa! IMF loan under weapon. Minister of finance flees from finance bite. Girls put themselves on action. See, you hear what the news say? 5 men were shot and killed on Green Bay Fire Range. Rastaman smile, lick chalice and black sounds, and the lawbreakers turn juice maker. Man run from him yard, next man take over. Man fed up him kill himself, but don't talk too loud. Hot leather flyer redundancy. Rumage shout. Say if I one more drink of rum, that and I cool, not you? This is E.T. on TTT. Turntable time. Turntable time. Saying good night to all the folks uptown and all the roots from the ghetto, yo. All the roots from the ghetto, yo. Granny Keens, world mash up. Grandpa nods and the Snow White here expresses fulfillment of the scriptures. If you want to cite one thing, expiration star. Expiration star. Expiration star. Thank you. No, there was a whole discussion earlier. No, we don't have much time, you know, about my language, and some people call it dialect and patois and all kind of thing. We are Jamaican. What we speak? Jamaican. Simple. That's it. The Englishman speak what? The American speak what? Them don't know they want to speak, right? What the Italians speak what? The Russians speak what? So what if Jamaicans speak Jamaican?
Amen.
What the big thing? Looking at me eye, little girl, my mouth I tell lie. Mouth sweet like sugar, full of samphire. But don't believe a thing mouth say. You look straight at me eye. If you're big like elephant, mouth tell you how you sleep. If you're out of style like gremlin motor car, mouth tell you how are you a car this way. If you're ugly, mouth tell you how you're sweet. If your foot back them tough and poppy, mouth tell you them cute and neat. If you kiss sour like lime, mouth tell you kiss nice and sweet. So don't believe a thing mouth say it will knock you off your feet. If you fool like me, mouth tell you you're smart. If mouth want to get close to try a thing, it tell you it love you to his heart. If it only attracted to your perfume, mouth tell you you're beautiful as the moon in bloom. So when mouth tell you about the beauty of your eye, check the mirror like a girl and blind mouth and look a blind. Looking at me eye like a girl, my mouth I tell lie. Mouth sweet like sugar full of samphire. But don't believe a thing mouth say, you look straight at me eye. If you smell like duck ant's nest, mouth tell you you're sweet like turpentine. If every time him see him get a headache, mouth tell you want blow him mind. If mouth a papa, him tell you him big and rich. If him only have black and white TV and yard, mouth tell him own cable and satellite dish. When mouth a wear gabardine, him tell him tired of silk. And when him a wear painted boot, mouth tell you how it custom built. If you're sweaty, listen me girls, if you're sweaty, mouth tell you you're fresh like rose. Just a bed forget you in a bed, to make hand, tear off your clothes. So looking at me, little girl, my mouth I tell lie. Mouth sweet like sugar, full of some vibe. But don't believe a thing mouth say. Looking at the man, yeah, thank you. Do we have more time? Do we have more time?
One more, man, one more.
All right, I think I'm going to do a dub poem for you, right? May I do a dub poem for you?
Yes, yes.
Concrete jungle, we can't humble. Like a lion, we can't afford to stumble. Them have we tongue, we have his grumble. Run with the ball, we can't afford to fumble. In a this year, in a this year, in a this year, concrete jungle. This is the picture everybody hiding. Concrete dumpling, rock stone dining, live fire upon the street, and that is what we're walking. No shoes, but we're foot in poverty, we drown in acid water, and that is what we're drinking. Come down, Father, come see the movie we're shooting in this year. In this year. In this concrete jungle, we can't humble. Like a lion, we can't afford to stumble. Them have a tongue, all we have is grumble. Run with the ball, we can't afford to fumble. In this year, in this year, in this year, can't walk at night. Man, lick off your head. Uptown, that's all black, and me say our own red. You eat whole wheat, we feed pan lead. You have your millions, all we have is dread. We eat concrete food, sleep in a concrete bed. We eat concrete clothes, sport concrete dread. You have to be a whaler, not to be a failure. We're a peacemaker to fool the undertaker. The only way to survive on ya in this year. In this year. In this concrete jungle, we can't humble. Like a lion, we can't afford to stumble. Them have a tongue, all we have is grumble. Run with the ball, we can't afford to fumble. In this year, in this year, in this year, when we make love, that a fire. We stop praying for God now answer. When it's not murder, it's manslaughter, bloody martini that our supper. When our mother, our father, when our sister, our brother from this twister, there is no shelter. You have to have an anchor. You need an anchor. You need an anchor to survive. To survive, Anya, in this year. In this year. In this concrete jungle, we can't humble. Like a lion, we can't afford to stumble. Them have a tongue, all we have is gumbo. Run with the ball, we can't afford to fumble. In this year, in this year, read concrete jungle. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's hear it once more. Let's hear it once more for our presenters. Andreen Bonner, educator, playwright, praise poet, the award-winning author of a literary fiction series, 5 non-fiction books about student resilience. You like how she do, Miss Sylvia? Yes. Give her another big round of applause. You like the Beverly Manley team? Give her another round of applause. Malachi Smith, fellow of University of Miami's Michener Caribbean Writers Institute. He studied poetry under another great Jamaican poetess, Lorna Goodison. Malachi, founding members of the one and only Poets in Unity and the Poetry Society of Jamaica. You like the concrete jungle and bring for you just now? Give him another big round of applause. I can accommodate only a 30-second question. If you can't give me a 30-second question, we're gonna move right on. Yes, indeed. We want to enter into the next part of our program where honors and accolades and recognition is coming your way. They are coming your way. So first we feature Kai Miller. Kai Miller, if you don't know, he was born in Kingston, Jamaica, 1978. He's a distinguished essayist. We're bringing you only the best for the first ever Jamaica Brew Literary Festival, of course sponsored by Jam Pro and supported by Jablum and Jamaica Coffee Growers. We're bringing you the best. Kai Miller, distinguished essayist, poet, and fiction author, renowned for his versatile contributions in fiction, nonfiction, and poetry. With 11 acclaimed works to his name, he earned the Forward Prize for Poetry in 2014 for The Cartographer Tries to Map a Way to Zion. And he secured the Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature with his novel, August Town. Miller's literary journey encompasses the exploration of identity and knowledge, seamlessly moving between creative writing and literary scholarship. As an English professor at the University of Miami, he delves into themes that resonate with contemporary conversations. His collection of essays, The Things I Have Withheld, stands as a testament to his dedication to addressing the silences surrounding race, sex, and gender. Acknowledged with the prestigious awards like Silver Musgrave Medal and the Anthony Sabga Medal for Arts and Letters, Kai Miller continues to make a profound impact on Caribbean literature. Everyone, please put your hands together and welcome to our stage, Kai Miller.
You want to stay by the...
Do these work?
That one is our recorder.
All right. You hearing me all right? That one is the mic. Can you hear me now? I just trying not to use this. So
just use this.
probably we'll just switch this over.
Yes, help you here.
All right, is that better? Not really. Yeah. All right, I think that should work. Huh? Yeah?
It's tall, isn't it? Can someone help extend this microphone, please? So.
I think we should be all right. So? All right, how is everyone? Yeah, it's good to see you all today. You know, everybody's here in their official capacities. Where's Oliver? But yeah, Oliver Mayor, Consular General, and Kelly Magnus, who is author and publisher. But I know all of these people from Picnic was just running around in the same neighborhood. And on more than one occasion, Kelly Magnus has said to me, "You have all these accolades, but if anybody know you, you're just a careless boy." So I'm going to start with a story that can only be described as a careless story. This reading will begin with a sermon and it will end with a sermon. I'll read this whole short story, then I'll read about 4 poems from the cartographer. That sound all right? Yeah. All right, so here's the careless story. It's called Readout Sunday. And if there are moments when you want to participate, which will be obvious, you can if you want to. Readout Sunday. This is how Sue gave her life to God and got back her virginity. That Sunday was church as usual, the same women as always in Jesus' hats, their hands raised and their eyes squeezed so tightly shut, as if by sheer... All right. I can't hold it and the book at the same time, but... All right. All right. No, man, it's all right. Readout Sunday. This is how Sue gave her life to God and got back her virginity. That Sunday was church as usual. The same women as always in Jesus' hats, their hands raised and their eyes squeezed so tightly shut, as if by sheer willpower they were going to transfigure themselves out of Satan's clutches and into the arms of the Savior. These were the kinds of women whose lives were in constant peril, always having to spin themselves out of the reach of demons, always walking with a bottle of olive oil ready to sprinkle it on the heads of imaginary serpents. But when Pastor Desmond climbed up onto the pulpit that morning, it was not the ever-present danger of hell he preached, nor the vigilance one must practice to fight Lucifer and his cohorts every day. Pastor Desmond instead spoke on the miracle of forgiveness. He told them God had a great memory, but an even greater forgetter. And after God forgave you, you were a sinner no more. So bad man could be made meek, and thief could be made honest. And for those who had fallen by the wayside, fallen, pastor, fallen, they could be made like virgins again. And so it was that Sue Moses sprang up out of her seat, bawling the living eye water, ran to the altar and flung herself down. She carried on and she carried on, such a cow bawling they had never seen before at Mount Sinai Church of God. Even Sister Mabel, who once called Sue the whore of Babylon, you got a Jezebel spirit in your girl, even she was moved to go up and hug Sue and lead her in prayer to the Lord. But some people just too wretched and cannot be saved no matter what. Either that or they're too simple-minded. Because now that Sue found out that sinners could be forgiven and virginity could be restored, she proceeded to lose hers every Saturday night and restore it every Sunday morning. After all, the things Sue enjoyed most in life were church and sex, but until now she had felt she could never really have them both. Well, now she could and did, screaming in pleasure one night and bawling in repentance the next morning. Well, old people say every tree must bear its fruit, and what is to is must is. In fact, it was a wonder what happened next hadn't happened sooner. Sue, a perfectly healthy 17-year-old girl, got pregnant. Poor Sue, simple-minded Sue. She could not understand it. How could she be a virgin and pregnant? Wasn't God supposed to restore her, erase the past, make things new? Wasn't that what Pastor had promised? And even though Sue wasn't the most brilliant girl she knew, she had never heard of any virgin being pregnant. And that's when it came to her. Mary, the mother of Jesus, Immaculate Conceptions. Sue fell down on her knees in astonishment and whispered a prayer. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for choosing me. Well, Sister Mabel, who was not as unfamiliar with sin as she would have had people believe, was the first to notice the very slight rise in Sue's stomach and that motherly change in her countenance. So the older woman held back the girl one Sunday and told her, look, girl, get rid of it. Drink some Pepsi with a rusty nail in it. Rub green pawpaw seed on your belly. Whatever you do, get rid of it. Don't bring down shame on yourself. But Sue followed her own program, because what could be shameful in being the mother of God? Her belly grew, and people began to frown. It was the way Sue acted so proud that most rattled them. This girl who had never learned how to study her feet in the presence of older people, how to bite her lips and wring her hands appropriately. She would look you straight in the eyes and talk and laugh like nothing was wrong. The members at Mount Sinai tried. They really tried. One sister gave this testimony. You have some girls who spread them legs for any man, and everybody looks sideways at Sue, who only lift up her hands and shout, Amen. Pastor preached about the woman at the well, but she remained shameless. Nothing left to do but to read her out. On that Sunday, it was church as usual. The same women as always in Jesus' hats, their hands raised and their eyes squeezed shut. Pastor Desmond climbed up to the pulpit and a collective shiver ran across the congregation. He started, Brethren and sistren, there's an animal in this world that I don't like. The church responded, I like every other animal except this one. I just don't like goats. No, sir. No, pastor. Goats are the most stubbornest creatures you ever come across. You tell them to go this way, they go that way. You tell them to move and they don't budge. No, brethren, I can't take them. Oh, no. But I'm here to tell you today that we have some goats sitting amongst us. Preach it. Some of us too stubborn. God tell us to do things and we don't do them. Him tell us not to do other things and those are the things we do. Him tell us go and sin no more and we don't listen. Amen. Some of you in here is living in sin. But can I tell you, brethren and sisters, his voice dipping, the Lord says he shall separate the sheep from the goats. Somebody say separate. He don't want the goats mixing up with the sheep. He wants them to separate. And to the church's astonishment, Sue rose up out of her seat, 6 months worth of belly and all, and shouted in her squeaky voice, Hallelujah! Tell it, preacher, tell it. What a brazen girl. What an unconscionable wretch. Pastor Desmond could think of nothing else but to shout back, Sue Moses, you is the goat amongst us. The church was suddenly silent. No one responded, and the pastor shouted again the words which were lingering in the silence. Sue Moses, I said that you is a goat. And Sister Mabel cleared her throat. Tell it, preacher. Tell it like it is. Sue, you is a goat living in sin, and we don't want to mix up with you no more. We want you out. Out, preacher, out. We want you out. Poor Sue. Simple-minded Sue. No room in the inn for her. But still she had the glory of the Lord inside her and all over her face. The pastor screaming at her, telling her to leave. The whole church amening behind him. And all she could think was, forgive them, Lord, they knows not what they do. Look, if Sue was guilty of any sin, it was the sin of enjoying a man's chest too much. Also the sin of indulging in that pleasure that starts at a woman's center and then spreads. And perhaps the sin of loving bun and condensed milk. And definitely the sin of being fool. But Sue Moses was not disobedient. And when she got up out of her seat that Sunday and walked towards the pulpit instead of towards the door, it was not an act of rebellion in her head. She only wanted to prove that she would hold no one in malice, that she forgave them. She only wanted to extend her hand to Pastor Desmond, possibly kiss him on the forehead and then leave. But the pastor trembled behind the pulpit watching her approach. I said, out! Out! She did not stop. Out, I say, now jumping. Out! Poor Sue. If only he would understand. Instead, there he was shouting, close to tears, as if afraid, please, girl, leave the people of God. But now Sue was right before him. She reached out her hand of forgiveness, and Pastor Desmond could only see fingers pointing at him accusingly. He cried out sorrowfully, all right, yes, it's me's the father. It's me's the father. She tempted me, church. She tempted me and I was weak. He fell down, and oh, such a cow bawling Mount Sinai Church of God had never seen or heard before. thanks for that. So I'm going to read a couple poems from the book they said I should read from. The cartographer tries to map a way to Zion. It imagines that a cartographer, a map maker, has come to Jamaica to map out the roads, and he ends up in a very contentious conversation with a Rasta man who has a very different idea of her. And just to tell you a little bit about some of what was happening in my mind before this book came about, I ended up looking at some early maps of Jamaica, like some 18th century maps. And one of the kind of things you'll notice is, that I noticed, was you'll see a community where you know, because you're born and grow in Jamaica, you know that this is where such and such a village is. And it was not mentioned on the map. And that is a village with about 500, 600 people. But beside it, where the Great House was, that just 3 people living, the Great House was there on the map. And so I wondered what places do we see, what does a map show and what does it not show? What stories are hidden? And so some of that is coming out in this book. So I'll start at the beginning of this sequence, and I'll probably just read 5 or so poems from the whole sequence. The cartographer tries to map a way to Zion 1, in which the cartographer explains himself. You might say, my job is not to lose myself exactly, but to imagine what loss might feel like. The sudden creeping pace, the consultation with trees and blue fences and whatever else might prove a landmark. My job is to imagine the widening of the unfamiliar and also the widening ache of it. To anticipate the ironic question, how did we end up here? My job is to untangle the tangled, to unworry the concerned, to guide you out from cul-de-sacs into which you may have wrongly turned. 2, in which the Rastaman disagrees. The Rastaman has another reasoning. He says, no, that man's job is never straightforward or easy. Him work is to make thin and crushable all that is big and as real as ourselves, is to make flat all that is high and rolling, is to make invisible and worthless plenty things that poor people can't do without, like board houses or the corner shop from which Miss Katie sells our famous peanut porridge. And then again, the map maker's work is to make visible all them things that should have never exist in the first place, like the conquest of pirates, like borders, like the viral spread of governments. 3, the cartographer says, no, what I do is science. I show the earth as it is without bias. I never fall in love. I never get involved with the muddy affairs of land. Too much passion unsteadies the hand. I aim to show the full of a place in just a glance. 4, the Rastaman thinks, draw me a map of what you see, and I will draw a map of what you don't see. And guess me whose map will be bigger than whose. Guess me whose map will tell the larger truth. All right, so we're switching somewhere in the middle. This is 10, in which the cartographer asks for directions. I just made a cartographer experience exactly what I experience every time I go to Jamaica and I'm trying to find somewhere. 10, in which the cartographer asks for directions. Sometimes the cartographer gets frustrated when he asks an informant how to get to such and such a place. And the informant might say something like, all right, you know the big white house at the bottom of Clover Hill with all the windows them board up and with a high shingle roof that look almost like a church? Yes, the cartographer says. And in front of the house, you always see an old woman, only 3 teeth in her mouth, and she out there selling pepper shrimp in a school chair with an umbrella tied to it. And beside her, she always have 2 mongrel dogs, and one of them is white and another one is brown. Yes, I know exactly where you mean, the cartographer says. And in the yard, there's a big guinea tree that hang right out to the road. So school picnic always stop there to buy shrimp and eat free guinea. Yes, the cartographer insists. I know it. Good, says the informant, because you must go there. 11. At other times, he is amazed. by the hems and haws and shrugs of our roads. How they never run sure but seem to arc or bend or narrow just so. An avenue will turn on itself, as if to give you back a place you have just come from. Lady Musgrave's road was laid in its serpentine way so that Miss Musgrave, on her carriage ride home, would not have to pass a nigger man's property so much bigger than her husband's own. She did not want to feel the carriage slow and know the driver had just then turned his face to Devon House, a thing wet like pride in his eyes and nodding to himself, yes, is Mr. Stibelbil that? And to think that such spite should pass down even to the present generation, should dictate the thoughtless, ungridded shape of our city. So, just wait for that. Yeah. All right. We're good? Jesus on the telephone, tell him what you need. Sorry. Yeah, no problem. I good to go? All right. You want me to start over? All right. 11. At other times, the cartographer is amazed by the hems and haws and shrugs of our roads, how they never run sure, but seem to arc or bend or narrow just so. An avenue will turn on itself, as if to give you back a place you have just come from. Lady Musgrave's road was laid in its serpentine way, so that Miss Musgrave on her carriage ride home would not have to pass a nigger man's property so much bigger than her husband's own. She did not want to feel the carriage slow and know the driver had just then turned his face to Devon House, a thing wet like pride in his eyes and nodding to himself, yes, is Mr. Stibelbil that? And to think that such spite should pass down even to the present generation, should dictate the thoughtless, ungridded shape of our city, the slowness of traffic each evening, to think that one woman's pride should add so much to our daily commute. This is something the cartographer does not wish to contemplate. Still, he wonders if on his map he made our roads a little smoother, a little straighter, as if in drawing he might erase a small bit of history's disgrace. Oh, it's right there. I'll read two poems before I read the last poem that are a kind of sequence. In between the sequence, I have this whole sequence called place names. And I guess one of the things I was thinking of is if you're trying to tell the history of people who were not always allowed to read and write and record their own history in traditional ways, you sometimes have to find that history in different, in creative ways. And sometimes place names tell you a whole lot. There is, I have a poem about it, but I won't read it. Like, one of my favorite ones is in Portland, there is a place called Shatova. Shatova, yeah. And I've done this. If you go to Shatova in Portland and you ask them, oh, interesting name, how you come with this name, Shatova? The man told me, he said, well, in Buckymaster days, the slave them had to run. And so Buckymaster had to catch back the runaway slaves and with the bus gunshot over there and gunshot over there, gunshot all over the place, and so comes to call the place Shatova. No, that is beautiful because that is history. That is history that you have found a way to record it. In truth, it was a house owned by a Frenchman that was green. It was Chateauver. But yeah, Jamaicans carried on with Chateauver, and so it became Shatova. So I'll read two of these place name poems for you. The first one I should tell you, I mean, probably I was a very strange child, but the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears always disturbed me. Right? Because, I mean, you have a girl who is clearly racialized as white, right? Goldilocks. She go into the house of three dark people. And these are clearly middle-class bears. I mean, not only do they have furniture and everything, them gone out on a walk. I mean, they are perambulating through the woods. I mean, these are uptown bears. And in some versions of the story, I mean, after she going uninvited, and she broke up things, in some versions of the story, they come back and they become the savages. Yes. Now, that story is not familiar? Yes. Anyway. Place name, me no send you no come. In plain English, do not enter without invitation. For consider the once upon a time adventures of rude picnic answering to name Goldilocks. Nuff gal. Self-invited into house of bears, assumed at once her colonial right to porridge, to beds and to chairs. The Bafhan child went in just so, not even a token offering of honey, and just like that proceeded to brook up things. If only she had penned the secret names of places. Minosen, you no come. Without invitation, you are not welcome. Or else, come in as you please. Just know that these bushes, these trees, observe you with suspicion many centuries deep. And this is a strange one, as I'll tell you how I wrote it. So I was living in England. I just moved to Florida 2 years ago. But in the time in the UK, a friend of mine, Lizzie, Queen Elizabeth, sorry, of blessed memory. Anyway, Buckingham Palace had put out this whole display of gold, and there was something that you could go in and view it and blah, blah, blah. And they wanted a poet to respond to that. So they had a commission for a poet to write something, and they commissioned me to write a poem about the golden. No, they commissioned me to write a poem in Buckingham Palace. I thought, you know what you're getting. I didn't realize the poem was controversial until after I was leaving Buckingham Palace that night and my phone was ringing and it said, I can't believe Camilla read that in Buckingham Palace. And so I realized the poem was probably not the best. But I decided to extend this series about place names in Jamaica if I'm thinking about gold. So that's how this comes about. Place name, Oracabessa. Origin disputed, but most likely leave over from the Spanish Ora Cabeza, golden head, though what gold was here other than light glinting off the bay, other than bananas bursting out from red flowers, though this too is disputed, not the flowers, but the origin of bananas. They may have come here with Columbus on a ship which in 1502 slipped into Oracabessa the way grief sometimes slips into a room. In those days, the sailor tried to name the island Santiago, as if not knowing we already had a name. In another language, a language whose speakers would soon all die, though this too is disputed, not the deaths, but the completeness of genocide. For consider, if you will, such leave-over words as hurricane. Consider barbecue. Consider Jamaica, land of wood and water, but not of gold. Could someone please go back in time and tell Columbus in Taino there is no word for gold? Christopher Columbus, in Italiano Cristoforo Colombo, in Espanol Cristobal Colon. A teacher once told me Colon is root word for colonist, and though I know that was false etymology, there is some truth to it. Oracabessa, at which place you might find such tranquil villas as Golden Ridge, Golden Cloud, Golden Eye, longtime home of Ian Fleming, who sat there on cliff's edge, the morning's breakfast brought to him by a woman named Doris, the scent of ackee and crisp fried breadfruit wafting up to his nostrils, while between his teeth he bit a number 2 pencil all the time, looking out to sea as if fishing for a story. Maybe a man, an incredible man. Let's call him Bond. James Bond. Who knew 007 wasn't actually Scottish, but a barefoot boy from St. Mary, Jamaica? Like so many others, he too migrated, the brutish winter cooling his complexion down to white. Such stories, Gold Finger, Golden Eye, the man with the golden gun. Did you never stop to wonder where all this gold came from? Did you never stop to ask what was found in El Dorado? Well, let me tell you, not a nugget, not an ounce of ore, but light gilding the bay, and perhaps bananas, and perhaps ackee, and such language as could summon wind to capsize Columbus's ships. And if that's not gold, then what is? All right, so I said we'd begin with a sermon and end with a sermon. These are the last 2 poems in the Cartographer. So this is 26, in which the Rastaman gives a sermon. Sorry. The Rastaman says, to get to Zion, you must begin with a heart bliss, a small tilt of the head, a nod, thumbs and index fingers meeting to take the shape of eye blood, then raise like a badge to eye chest and you say it, heart bliss. A simple word that don't cost nothing to give but is plenty to receive, like sometimes you meet an hydrant at your door who come not only with a gift from his own acreage, but also a word. How well you look, how beautiful the little children are, the house, how well appointed, an hydrant with whom hours pass too quickly, and who upon leaving offers yet another word, how good it was to see you, and for brethren and sisterins to sit in the simple of each other's love, so that it strike you how both his coming and his going were announced by blessings. My brother, a man like that is already well on his way to Zion, so begin like that, a heart bless. The old Rastaman's chanting up of goodness and rightness and, of course, upfulness. How excellent is that word, upfulness, as if it was a thing that could be stored in the tank of somebody's heart, so that on mornings when salt was weighing you down, when you feel you can't even rise to face Babylon's numbing work, you would know at least that should the day wring your heart out like the chamois towels of street boys, then out of it would spring this stored portion of upfulness. And so anointed by your own storage, you would be able to face the road which is forever inclining hardwood. Know then that every heart bliss given is collected by Jah like mickle and muckle, or like a basket full of cocoa, and comes back to you like a dividend. You find your feet at last straying off the marl roads, the bauxite roads, the slaving roads and marooning roads, and you would be turning now onto the singing roads and the sweeting roads that lift you up to such a place as cannot be held on maps or charts, a place that does not keep still at the end of paths. Know this, that lions who trod don't worry about reaching Zion. In time is Zion that reached to the lions. And 27, in which the Rastaman says a benediction. In leaving, the Rastaman bids you manners and respect, eyes and protection, upfulness. He bids you guidance and health, ainity and strength. He bids you trod holy to Aile Mount Zion, trod holy.
Now, in true Jamaican language, wasn't that a bellyful? If you came here today with your wangagot, you're not left you hungry. All right? If any of you is pregnant today, you're not left your mark. Because you got what you came for. True or false? Kai, as a professor, you speak patois so well. How did you learn to speak patois so well? That's not a true question. It is just a very interesting question where, as Jamaicans living abroad, when we do speak the English language, you know the questions that we get. So let me ask the first person who would like to ask a question to thank you so very much. Let me bring the mic to you so everyone can hear your question. As I'm a young gal, I like to feel the earth beneath my feet.
First of all, congratulations on you being you. The question, with your experience, and that has brought you to this moment, talk about the triumphs and the failures or the frustrations in sharing what you have, your asset, to others in the future.
Thank you so much for that question. Your name, sir?
Stuart Webster.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stuart Webster.
All right, hi Stuart, thanks for that question. I think you just have to pick one, right? Because I mean, everybody faced so many trials. I mean, it's just too numerous. I'll talk a little bit about what the last book I wrote, Things I Have Withheld, what that was about. And I get to be in the way of, I'll tell you two stories that happened, which was supposedly supposed to be positive stories, but you always. Once I was in Wellington, New Zealand, and it was a big literary festival. I was on stage having a conversation with someone, and it went well. I thought it went decent. The next day, I'm in the streets just kind of walking about, and an older man runs up to me, and he says, "Oh my God, you're Kai Miller." I thought, "Oh my God." I said, "Yeah, I am Kai Miller." And he said, "Me and my wife, we were in the audience yesterday, and it was just the best panel of the day. It was blah, blah, blah." It just kept on going on, and I said, "All right, yeah, no, thank you so much, thanks." And he kept on going. I thought, all right, that's a little overkill. I just dial it back a notch. But you have to honor people's enthusiasm, so I'm kind of nodding and engaging with him. And eventually he says, and it was so amazing, the shocking disparity between your eloquence and your physical appearance. Living in the UK, I got a version of something like that almost every week. Another one, I think it's people who genuinely mean to be nice, right? And at another, and this might be more relevant for this, another moment like that, I gave a reading somewhere, in some house, it was a fancy manor, and the people who had hosted me, after the reading, they're appreciative, and in the night, they're doing that very British mannerly thing. There's a glass of sherry by the fireside. And I guess the lord of the house, whoever was hosting me, he says, he's being very weird after the reading, but finally, when he's relaxed with a glass of sherry, he says, "Just tell me, what was it like having a talent like that and growing up in a place like Jamaica?" And there's all these ways in which the person can't hear the insult, in which accomplishment or talent is odd for a black body to possess. But I think that is what I find the hardest obstacle. When racism is obvious, when somebody calls the N-word, I am fine with it. But when you don't know that you're being racist, and you think you're being nice, that I find very difficult. And so I think the last book I wrote, Things I Withheld, I guess I was thinking that oftentimes in those moments, there's so many things that go through my head. Like, I could correct it, but I don't know you that well enough. I don't have time for a half a minute conversation. But also you end up taking in all of that hurt. And because part of what you also don't want to do is that you don't want the person to feel awkward. So you made me feel awkward, but I am going to protect you. And that's such a weird thing that black people do, right? We always want to protect the person who hurt us. But also I just felt I didn't have the language. In those moments, I am always so shocked that what words do you draw for? And I thought, my God, I'm a writer. I am able to go back to all of those moments and to provide them with the language that I didn't have at the time. And so the book is kind of that. How do you go back to moments when you did not have language, when you could not express what ought to be expressed? And how do you finally say it? So that is one possible answer of probably 100, but I hope that suffices.
Yes, taking another question? Thank you.
Tell you could read for me anytime.
You know, Kai, that is so similar to when they asked me in the South. Well, this is South, but further north of South. Oh, so how did you get here? A plane. In other words, what are you doing here? But my response is that. Your question.
Thank you. I wanted to know, how do you inspire the next generation, being a professor at UM, to carry on that legacy that you're building?
Thank you, and your name is? Thank you, Nicole. Love the red hat. Fire!
I mean, honestly, I don't know if I can see things in that way. Like, I don't think I set out to inspire. That's too much weight on my shoulders. Like, go out and be inspiring. I hope I am, but I just believe in being myself. Like, one of the things I learned being a professor for, so many years now, because I started out in the UK, and it was, old, kind of ancient universities, at University of Glasgow. And all the 6 ancients, Glasgow, Oxford, Cambridge, Aberdeen, there are all of these weird things about it. But anyway, I believe in my first few years, I used to teach, whatever course I was teaching, I tried to smuggle on a West Indian writer, so make it work that they're familiar with and always try to introduce them little by little. Not that way. I just going to teach all black people, all Caribbean people, and I will probably smuggle on one British person. I realize that I'm there because I know certain things that you don't know. Yes. And I will always lean into my strengths and my knowledge and where my intellect is for. My intellect is Caribbean. It is the people who I am having a conversation with. It was like, you do your PhD and they're like, oh, but you did mention Foucault and you did mention Derrida, but I mentioned Sylvia Wynter, who is smarter than all of them. So what is your problem? So I think that is my thing now. If I'm inspiring, it's because I've taught people that intellect and nuance and depth can be found in different sources. And part of that is even how I dress. Like, I refuse to believe that intellect always looks a certain way. That it can't wear funky clothes and, so just being me, I hope that works.
Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for your responses, Kai. We have come to the part of the program where we also like to make a big to-do with our recognitions and celebrations, because we don't have to wait until to do these celebrations and recognition. So at this time, I am going to invite our host, our Consul General Oliver Mayer, to come to the microphone, because we are going to for the first time anywhere in the world, present the very first Jamaica Brew Literary Festival Honors Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, your president of
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, boss, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, how many persons have enjoyed the festival so far? The special. That is a warm-up response. I'm going to take a video anyway to give me the real response, right? How many persons have enjoyed, hold on, I'm turn around. How many persons haven't, hold on. How many persons have enjoyed the festival? Let me hear you say Jamaica Brew. All right, very good, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to recognize our online family. Thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the entire day as we get ready to move into the short film section. We believe in honoring excellence, and it doesn't mean that the award is the only excellent person. A few years ago, we had our first Reggae Strong concert, and we had Pluto, who headlined the show. We honored him there. I'm happy with him. The last show we did was on December 19th. He gave up his time again. It was a headline for Christmas, or Love at Christmas concert, where we gave back funds to Jamaica, sneakers for kids to run. Pluto was always willing to serve, always willing to give back. We're happy that was his last show, unfortunately, but we're happy we're there to share it with him. Today, I'm going to invite the committee who give me the, we're not giving a wrap-up signal, I'm just come up here. People don't hear me talking, you don't know that. I'm going to invite the committee, hard-working committee, to come up. We're going to make a presentation. Cheryl Winter, Valerie Simpson, Donald Salmon, the coffee gentleman, and our sponsor, Rishi Jabro. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe in recognizing excellence. We are proud that somebody described him as the Bob Marley of the industry. We have other great stars, but today we want to recognize excellence. First of all, I want to pick up all the persons who delivered today, all our writers. And every year we want to honor somebody. And this year, we are proud to honor Mr. Kai Miller for his great work in the academics as well as his poetry, his writings. This has been excellent. And we know great things are in store for Kai. I grew up, we live in the same neighborhood, that's not why I'm going to give him the award. Right? But I'm a brethren from a long time, I can't use the patois. I'm proud of him. When I say big up, I want to celebrate with people. Anytime we get recognized, we want to say big up. Say big up with me. Big up! Mr. Kai Miller, on behalf of the committee, we present the first Jamaica Brew Award of Excellence for your great work, sir. We appreciate you. Continue to make Jamaica proud. Let's just get up.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm going to do this quickly. Broad Libraries have facilitated the first festival. They are celebrating 50 years. Let's give them a round of applause. 50 years. Thank you, Valerie, for your support. Mr. Dale Mafood, thank you so much, sir, for taking up the mantle. I said, CG, what I'm going with this festival? I hear nothing. I said, boy, we need some help. And he took it up and he ran with it and did a fantastic job. Let's hear it for Dale. My right hand, left hand, right foot, left foot, heads up, heads down, turn around, Cheryl Winter, let's go. She grumbled a lot, but it's alright. We are supporting our coffee farmers, we're supporting an industry. This is not just about to come sit down and read, even though that is enough reason. We're also supporting coffee and coffee's consumption. Mr. Donald Salmon, you have been supportive with us at the consulate, always providing coffee. How many persons enjoy their coffee? Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Vice President for Jamaica, thank you for your big sponsorship. No, let me refrain. We thank you for that small sponsorship. And we look for the big sponsorship next year, sir. And we please the results of myself. Well, all right. Excellent. Yeah.
And of course, we want to thank our beloved CG. The rest of us just kind of got on there and we all went for it. So, love you, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to our MC. Where's our MC? Let's give him a round of applause. I've been training her for years, you made me proud, Tackling, huh? But where are you? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as we thank you, let's give them a Tackling. Next year we're going to be moving into a 2-day festival, right? You agree? Yes! Come tell it. I had him at the man too. I get about 3 wrap-up signals already. So next year we're moving to a 2-day festival, and now we're going to move into the short films. Okay, so we want to recognize all the individuals who have done the work and have produced short films. So they're going to be between 8 minutes, 10 minutes, different variations, about 6 of them. So sit back, relax, coffee is still available. Feel free at any time to grab a cup of coffee as you enjoy the short films. All right. Of where? Oh, yes. At the end we'll take a, oh, by the way, and before you leave, we're going to take a big, before you guys leave today, at the end, we're going to take a big group photo, all right? Before you leave today, for the historic occasion, all right? But now we're going to move into the short films.
Thank you so very much. Please put your hands together once more.